This is the election that wasn't meant to take place, but it could turn out to be one of the big milestones in British politics. We're expecting the first results within minutes. So stay with us for all the day's news and an election night to remember. Yes, good evening from the BBC Election Studio. It's 2 years and 11 months since Britain voted to leave the European Union. And here we are, after years of turmoil and uncertainty, electing new members to the European Parliament. Just days after the Prime Minister announced that she was resigning because she'd failed to deliver Brexit as promised.
I do so with no ill will, but with enormous and enduring gratitude to have had the opportunity to serve the country I love.
Well, tonight's results aren't just a verdict on Theresa May's leadership, they're also having an impact on the choice of new Conservative leader and the Brexit approach that he or she will adopt. And what about Labour? Well, it's happy birthday to Jeremy Corbyn, who's 70 today, but let's see what the voters say about his approach to Brexit and the questions about his attitude to another referendum. In Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon will be hoping for a strong showing for the SNP as she considers calling for a second vote on independence. And in the southeast of England, Nigel Farage will be hoping to top the poll with his new Brexit party, repeating the feat of 5 years ago when he and UKIP took the lion's share.
We're expecting the first results any moment now, and I'll be here at the giant touchscreen analysing them all as they come in.
Yes, we'll be keeping tabs on all the results around the UK and, of course, across the European Union, where many countries have been voting today. And yes, in Germany, look at that. The Greens celebrating like crazy this evening because they've had a very good day indeed. And Marine Le Pen's far-right National Rally doing very well in France and beating President Macron's grouping into second place. All of that to come. Here in the studio, we'll be joined by leading politicians throughout the night. I'll introduce them shortly. And our political editor, Laura Kuenssberg, is with us, as always, to shed light on what is going on as we wait to see if the political landscape changes in these European elections of 2019. So yes, we're expecting some results within minutes, but I think what we could do now at 2 minutes past 10 is take a look at the scene around the country. And let's have a look, first of all, at Poole. This is in the southwest of England region. This is where Anne Widdecombe, there she is standing for the Brexit Party. And also there, Boris Johnson's sister Rachel trying to win for Change UK. So that's a very interesting region for us to keep an eye on. It looks like turnout in Scotland is up very sharply. We'll be in Edinburgh, and the word we're getting there from our colleagues is the turnout there is up by around 9%. So we'll be seeing what happens there. Having a look at Chelmsford in the east of England, this could well be the first region to declare this evening. We may get something from there in about 20 minutes' time. Let's hope so. We're also going to be in Leeds, in the Yorkshire and Humber region, to see how the vote is breaking in the north of England. That's very important too. And in Wales, a country where Labour usually dominates, I think it's fair to say they've probably got a big fight on their hands in Wales. We'll be seeing what goes on in Pembrokeshire and elsewhere. And Laura is with me, as I said, to talk about what's at stake tonight for all of these parties, because, as I said, an election that no one expected at one point. So what's at stake?
Well, it is an astonishing backdrop. When voters went to the polls on Thursday, Theresa May was still trying to cling on as Prime Minister. By now, she said she's resigning in a matter of days. We have had the visuals of Westminster struggling, scrapping, failing to come to a way of getting Brexit done. And both of our big main parties, those big, powerful institutions, the Conservatives and the Labour Party, both of them tonight expect to be punished very severely for that kind of meltdown in Westminster. And the flip side of that, of course, for the smaller parties, the Lib Dems particularly, they're feeling very buoyant going into tonight. And of course, Nigel Farage is back with a vengeance. Important to remember, the last time These elections were contested in 2014. His party, then UKIP, not the Brexit party, came top. And that was a big part of setting the conditions for the European referendum happening. It's possible if they're top tonight, as many people expect, that will also have a very profound impact on what's next.
If what you say comes to fruition, and if Labour and the Tories are, as you say, punished by the voters, Brexit Party does well, Lib Dems do well, what will that change?
Well, first of all, it will put more pressure in the Tory leadership contest that is already absolutely underway for whoever the victor is to take a harder line on Brexit, because Conservative members and Conservative MPs are nervous. They see their vote round the country being gobbled up by people who are willing to take a harder line on Brexit, leaving without a formal deal with the European Union. The flip side of that for the Labour Party, where Jeremy Corbyn has had the posh term, constructive ambiguity, the more familiar term, sitting on the fence, trying to keep Leave voters and Remain voters happy, there will be intense pressure on him to move towards a more overt backing for another referendum with Remain on the ballot paper.
We'll talk in a while, Laura, thanks very much. What I'd like to do is go to Brussels and talk to Katya, who's there for us, Katya Adler, our Europe editor. Katya, I mentioned France there just in the introduction and Marine Le Pen's performance. Tell us a little more about what's going on there.
It's not just in France, Hugh. I think there's a real air of excitement here in the European Parliament tonight, because I think what you're seeing is politics changing in front of our eyes, as we've been seeing in general elections, not just in the UK, but across the European Union. Now, traditionally, Hugh, when it comes to European parliamentary election time, it's not just in the UK. Across the whole of the European Union, there tends to be a very low voter turnout. Not today. People are caring about politics at the moment. They are trying to choose parties or political personalities that more reflect their values and their priorities. In France, that is not President Macron. He attached his person, he made this vote very personal, calling for a renaissance in the European Union, and it just turned into what voters thought of him and the changes he's tried to make in the EU and back at home. Well, actually, it looks like, according to projections, that he's lost to Marine Le Pen of the far right. And the pattern that we're seeing emerging across the EU, again, that we've seen in all sorts of general elections, is a move away from traditional politicians or the parties of the centre-left and the centre-right. Just look at the other EU powerhouse, Germany, a slap in the face for the centre-right party of Angela Merkel and her centre-left coalition partners. That could even bring down the current German government. Instead, what we see is European voters looking elsewhere for answers, some to the far right, the populist right, if they want a crackdown on immigration or powers returned from Brussels. There are single-issue parties, and the Greens expect to do very well tonight indeed. So what does that mean? Well, it means that this European Parliament will probably be very fragmented just at a time when voters want change. It'll be hard for new laws to be voted here in Parliament and to get agreement. And there could be a Brexit impact as well, because if you have big EU leaders, like in France and Germany, so preoccupied with their own national political woes, they are even less likely to listen to a new UK Prime Minister who wants to renegotiate the Brexit deal that they say is already shut and closed.
Katya, thank you. We'll be back with you shortly. Katya Adler there for us with some signals, early signals from other parts of the European Union. So we are looking for some early signals here, aren't we? We're looking to see whether we can say at this point, as Laura was suggesting there, to what extent the Conservatives and Labour parties have been punished for what's been going on over the last couple of years at Westminster. And Rita, I think you're in a position to give us at least one powerful signal now, certainly as far as Labour's concerned.
The very first result of the night, Hugh, this has come from Leeds in the Yorkshire and Humber region, and it shows the Brexit Party has come top with 29% of the vote. You can see there they've pushed the Labour Party into second place on 20%, with the Lib Dems just behind on 18%, and a good result for the Greens there on 16%. Now, this area was Labour 5 years ago when this election was fought, Conservative before that and Labour before that. And if we just have a quick look at the change in the share of the vote, look at that, Labour down 13% and the Conservatives down 12% as well. Good result for the Liberal Democrats. So if these results are typical, it does mean that the Liberal Democrats are in with a good chance of coming second place. But it is, of course, very early days, the very first result there.
Rita, thanks very much. And Laura, that's a very powerful first signal, isn't it?
It certainly is, and that's the kind of thing that the Labour Party in particular would be very, very nervous about. I mean, you see there the Tories dropping back too, but the thing that you can see, an absolutely clear verdict of how that new party, the Brexit party that didn't exist not so long ago, has come sweeping in. Now, it's important to remember that they have come from the sort of what existed from UKIP. Some of their existing MEPs were sitting as UKIP MEPs. It's not that this sort of movement didn't exist at all, but that is a really clear signal. And if, very early, but if that's repeated in other places around the country, then we are expecting to look at what we believe is likely, with the Brexit party really shaking all the other parties down.
Let's pause for a second. We'll be back in the election studio in just a moment. I'll get reaction from my guests as well. What I'd like to do now at 10 minutes past 10 is to join Clive for the day's news.
Hugh, many thanks for that, and good evening. 3 more senior Conservatives have joined the race to succeed Theresa May as Conservative Party leader and Prime Minister. Among them is Michael Gove, who, along with Boris Johnson, helped lead the campaign to leave the EU in 2016. Here's our chief political correspondent, Vicky Young.
Stepping forward for another crack at the top job. Today, Michael Gove joined a growing list of leadership hopefuls.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. I can confirm that I will be putting my name forward to be Prime Minister of this country. I believe that I'm ready to unite the Conservative and Unionist Party, ready to deliver Brexit and ready to lead this great country.
That means Mr Gove will clash again with Boris Johnson, the man he sat alongside as they campaigned for Brexit, but who he fell out with in spectacular style when the Tory party were looking for a new leader 3 years ago. Today, Dominic Raab made his pitch, insisting he wouldn't delay Brexit again and would leave with or without a deal at the end of October.
I will not ask for an extension. Of course, if Parliament legislates, then we will be in a difficult position. But as the Institute for Government has set out today, it's very difficult for Parliament now to legislate against no deal or in favour of a further extension unless the executive, unless a resolute Prime Minister is willing to acquiesce in that, and I would not.
Other candidates agree that no deal must be an option.
Of course, in order to succeed in a negotiation, you have to be prepared to leave without a deal. But I have a 3-point plan for Brexit, for how we get out of the European Union. I'm very optimistic about it.
All the contenders in this race face the same dilemma. To get elected as leader, they have to appeal to Conservative Party members, and many of them have no problem with a no-deal Brexit. But here in Parliament, it's a very different story. The Chancellor suggested he and others could vote down a Conservative Prime Minister who pushed ahead with no deal.
A Prime Minister who ignores Parliament cannot expect to survive very long.
It's just 2 days since Theresa May announced her resignation date. Today, she was at church while candidates vied for her job, all needing a Brexit solution that she failed to find. Vicky Young, BBC News, Westminster.
A former inspector of care homes has told the BBC he raised serious concerns about the treatment of patients at Walton Hall Hospital in County Durham 4 years ago, but his report was never published by the Care Quality Commission. The BBC's Panorama programme last week revealed evidence of the abuse of patients with learning disabilities at the hospital. Here's our social affairs correspondent, Alison Holt.
The Panorama investigation into Walton Hall Hospital in County Durham included allegations that some staff were bullying and intimidating patients with learning disabilities or autism. The undercover reporter soon found a disturbing culture. In 2015, Barry Stanley Wilkinson led an inspection of Walton Hall for the regulator, the Care Quality Commission. He says he raised concerns about the hospital then, but his report wasn't published.
What was evident was a very poor culture, and that was firmly written within that August 2015 report. And I strongly believe that anybody that can understand organisational culture, reading that report, would agree that there was definitely warning bells there.
What was your reaction when you saw the Panorama?
I was extremely upset, because this should have been listened to.
In a statement, the CQC says that the draft report didn't raise any concerns about abusive practice, And after being reviewed by colleagues, it was clear the team had not collected evidence that was robust enough to substantiate a rating of requires improvement. The regulator says a later inspection rated Walton Hall as good overall. It will also be carrying out a review into what it needs to learn from the case. Patients have now been moved, and the private hospital's current owners who took over this year say it's empty. Alison Holt, BBC News.
A number of UK and foreign companies have apparently expressed an interest in buying British Steel, which collapsed into insolvency on Wednesday. 5,000 jobs are at risk, most of them at the company's plant in Scunthorpe, along with those of around 20,000 people working in the supply chain. Now, there was an emotional victory for Lewis Hamilton at the Monaco Grand Prix. He managed to hold his nerve in a dramatic race through the streets of Monte Carlo to increase his lead at the top of the championship, and he dedicated his win to the late Niki Lauda. That's it. Now back to Hugh and coverage of the EU parliamentary elections.
Yes, welcome back. Let's have more from the BBC Election Centre here. And results now beginning to come in. And what I'd like to do straight away is go to Rita to update us on two results which will shed a little more light for us. Rita?
So we've got our first one from the east of England, Hugh, Chelmsford. And here the Brexit Party have scored a very strong result, a very strong showing. 40% of the share of the vote here in Chelmsford, so a clear way out in front for the Brexit Party. Liberal Democrats coming a strong second, though, on 29%. And you'll remember a few weeks ago in the local elections, the Liberal Democrats had a very strong performance here against the Conservatives. Conservatives matching the Green Party in third place on 10%. And if we just have a little look at how the share of the vote has changed since the last time these elections were fought 5 years ago, well, you'll see the Liberal Democrats have put on 20%. The Conservatives have lost 22% of the share of the vote. And interestingly, if anyone wants to make a read across from the UKIP vote to the Brexit Party's vote, well, actually, the Brexit Party is outperforming UKIP's performance from 5 years ago. Hugh, I've just got one more I want to show you that's just come in as well, and this is Sedgemoor, which is in the southwest region. Now, this was a region, an area that voted strongly to leave the EU in the referendum. It was a 61% leave. And as you can see, the Brexit Party, again, way out in front on 45% of the vote, with the Liberal Democrats on 20% and the Greens coming in third. And let's just have a quick look at how the share of the vote has changed since 5 years ago. So the Liberal Democrats and the Greens putting on at the expense of Conservative, Labour and UKIP.
Rita, before we leave that screen that you have there, I think it's worth explaining so that viewers know exactly where we're going on this, that these are local results. Yes, these results will all be totted up in these local authority areas, Sedgemoor being one of them, and then they'll all be aggregated in these regions. So, for example, whether it's the southwest of England or whether it's the east of England or Wales or Scotland, and that's when we'll know who the MEPs are. So exactly. What you've been explaining there is results in local areas, which will then be added up to make the final result.
And those local areas are all part of these 12 regions that form the total, all the constituencies, if you like. There are 73 MEPs, and because this is a system not of first past the post, but of proportional representation, the MEPs are allocated according to the share of the party's vote in each region.
Fantastic. We'll be back in a while, Rita. Thanks very much. We'll be joined shortly by Professor Sir John Curtice, who's our guru. But John has sent us a message already before I bring my guests in, because they'll have something to say about this. John is giving us these guidelines at this point, OK? He's saying that the Brexit Party, according to his calculations, are heading for first place with a somewhat higher share of the vote than UKIP's 27% back in 2014. That's John's first point. He says it looks as though the Lib Dems are heading for second place ahead of Labour. He says that the Greens are making what he calls a modest advance. And then he says the Conservative vote is falling by just as much as the polls suggested, leaving the party perhaps with little more than 10 or 12% of the vote, which would be a pretty catastrophic collapse. So with all of that in mind, we're going to talk to Helen Whately from the Conservatives, Emily Thornberry from Labour, and Suzanne Evans, prominent Brexit campaigner, formerly of UKIP. Nice to see you all. Thank you all for joining us. Helen, you're kind of smiling bravely, but this is going to be a very difficult night for you.
It's going to be a difficult night, but we knew these were going to be bad elections for us. They're elections that we didn't want to have had. We wanted to have left Europe by now. And so it's really frustrating for us. And we know it's also frustrating for many people who usually vote Conservative, but who wanted us to leave. And so they may well not have supported us in these elections. And that's going to play through into the results. So it's going to be a bad night for us. And a message that comes to us from this is yet again, we have to get on and deliver Brexit. Really strong message. We have to get on and do it.
Did you think you'd be heading for something like 10 to 12% of the vote? I mean, seriously?
I mean, we knew that our vote was going to be low because this is an election when people are sending a message. They're sending a message that they want to leave and vote for the Brexit Party, or that they wanted to remain more likely to vote for Lib Dems. I mean, it's interesting to see, and I'll be interested to hear what Emily says. I thought that Labour vote would hold up more because I think most people say, well, the government would be trying to deliver Brexit. Although I share the frustration maybe of voters that if only Labour had voted with us and voted for Brexit rather than blocking it on March the 29th, then we would have left by now and we wouldn't have to have these elections.
Well, you could direct that message at lots of your parliamentary colleagues as well, couldn't you, Helen, really? And, lots of Conservative MPs who didn't help you out either, if that's your perspective.
Well, clearly there are some Conservative MPs who wanted a harder Brexit, though many came round and did support the Prime Minister's deal on March 29th.
But you can't blame Labour for not voting for a deal that they thought was bad for the country. I mean, they're not going to do that, are they?
Well, I mean, I think both them and us fought a general election on a manifesto that we would leave, and that we'd leave with a deal. And
Okay.
we had a deal, and so, no.
OK, Emma, how bad is bad? What are you thinking about Labour's performance, and what are your thoughts about the prospects overnight?
I think these are really bad results for Labour. I don't think that they're going to be anything other than that. I think we're going to get a kicking, and I feel really sorry for all our MEPs who are going to lose their seats, all the candidates who work so hard, and all our activists who, frankly, have not done well, and it's not their fault. I think that the point is that we went into an election where the most important issue was what was our view on leaving the European Union, and we were not clear about it. We were not clear on the one single thing that people wanted to hear, and that wasn't their fault. And we sent people out to campaign on that, and unfortunately, we just weren't clear enough.
Where would the clarity have been needed most?
We should have said, quite simply, that any deal that comes out of this government should be put to a confirmatory referendum, and that Remain should be on the ballot paper, and that Labour would campaign to Remain. And that's what we should have done. And I think that it's very unfortunate, and I think that we will, after these elections, need to look very carefully about why it is that we got this result. I think that members of the National Executive Committee, who obviously made the decision on policy, will need to be listening carefully to the membership and listening and learning from that. And the collective knowledge of our members and our activists who are out on the doorstep listening to people will need to feed that back, and we will need to look again at our policy in relation to this and make sure that we are clearer, particularly, frankly, given that we're heading for a general election. At least I certainly hope so, because we certainly can't have a new Tory leader who not only will take an extreme view, I think, on Brexit, but also listening to all the candidates at the moment. They're all trying to outbid each other for being as right-wing as possible and as reactionary as possible when it comes to domestic policy. We must have a general election.
Emily Thornberry, just to be completely clear, you're a very senior member of Jeremy Corbyn's team as Shadow Foreign Secretary. You're saying right here, even at this early point of the night, you will be trying to persuade your party to change its policy, to have a referendum, whatever happens, and to campaign to stay in.
Yes, that's my view. And I think that in the end, I think that we have done everything that we can to try to get a decent policy on leaving the European Union, but I think that things have now moved on. I think that we're now going to find ourselves in a position where we will have a Tory leadership who will insist on either a bad deal or no deal at all, and I fear it will be no deal, and in those circumstances we must be equally clear. and it will be a disaster for our country to have no deal. There should be a referendum and we should campaign to remain.
And do you think if Labour doesn't move to that, what are the consequences? I mean, would you see this kind of repetition of losing, you're losing votes in this way? I mean, we're hearing already.
I mean, I don't think you can replicate these results with a general election. I really don't think you can. I think that people look at a whole range of issues when it comes to a general election, and certainly the Liberals will do very well tonight. We have lost many votes to the Liberals. I mean, I've spoken to many people on the doorstep, and they have said, you know, Emily, I normally vote Labour. Labour members, let alone Labour, you know, activists, let alone people who normally vote Labour, in tears, saying, I'm going to vote Liberal because we have to sharpen up what we're doing on Brexit. And that message needs to be listened to. I think that it's very important. We must not be complacent about this, but I think that when it comes to a general election, it will be a general election. There will be a large number of issues. And of course, you know, people will be reminded when we talk about tuition fees, what the Liberals stood for. When we talk about, you know, austerity, they will remember what the Liberals did in a government that brought in austerity. I mean, it will be a different matter, but we must be clearer about our policy in relation to Brexit.
I'm going to bring Suzanne in a second because you'll be happy with this news coming up from the northeast. A result in, this is a full result in, from the northeast of England, where there are 3 seats being elected. And this is the result. Brexit Party topping the poll on 240,000 votes. Labour in a distant second on 119,000. The Lib Dems in third on 104,000 and the Greens on 49,000. The Conservatives in 5th place on 42,000 votes, UKIP behind them on 38,000, and Change UK at the bottom of the poll there on just about 25,000 votes. If we look to see who's been elected, well, then we'll see that there are 2 Brexit Party MEPs here, Brian Monteith and John Tennant, and we have Labour's Jude Curtin-Darling, who's been elected for the northeast of England. And Jude Curtin-Darling was in the last Parliament, so she's retaining the seat. But we have 2 new Brexit Party members there in the northeast of England. Our first full result in. And if we look at the tally of seats, therefore, 2 seats to Brexit, 1 to Labour so far, down 1 because they lost 1 there, and UKIP losing the seat that they had in the northeast. Let's look at the share of the vote. And there we have Brexit on 39% share, the Brexit Party. From virtually a standing start, really. Labour on 19%, the Lib Dems on 17%, the Greens on 8%, the Tories on 7% in the northeast, UKIP on 6%, and Change UK on 4%. And a quick look at the change in the share of the vote, just to underline the movement here. And there you see Labour taking a real beating, losing 17%, Lib Dems putting on 11%, the Greens +3%, Brexit up 39%, obviously from the naught that they were on last time because they didn't exist. The Tories down 11% and UKIP down 23%. Suzanne, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely great night for the Brexit Party, isn't it? All the polls said they were going to win. The early indications that we're having now is that that's definitely going to happen. And let's not forget, this is a party that didn't exist just a few weeks ago. A party that just hours before the registration for the names to be on the ballot paper closed, they were still choosing candidates. It's quite going to be an extraordinary night for Nigel Farage. And I have to say, you know, for him to get this party off the ground so quickly is a remarkable achievement. And I think many people, Brexiteers around the country, people who voted Leave, or even people who voted Remain but are Democrats first and Remainers second, are going to be very pleased that they could vote for the Brexit Party, because clearly the other thing that we're seeing tonight is the complete collapse of the UKIP vote. Totally unsurprising. I predicted this months and months ago when Gerard Batten started to take UKIP in a really very nasty far-right direction. So that's absolutely no surprise at all. So, yeah, Leavers will be very pleased that they were able to vote for the Brexit Party. And quite clearly, there's this dreadful situation where we're in, where we've had to have these elections that nobody wanted because both Labour and the Conservatives have failed to deliver Brexit. The chickens are coming home to roost for both of them.
Suzanne, thanks very much. I'm going to talk to your colleague, actually. I'm going to go to Kettering, to the East Midlands, and I'm going to talk to Annunziata Rees-Mogg, who's there for the Brexit Party. Thanks very much for joining us. Can you give us an update on the East Midlands and what are your thoughts on what's going on there?
We've only had a couple of early results, but they're looking extremely encouraging. I'd like to congratulate my new colleagues in the Northeast in their result. I think it's a very exciting time. As it's been pointed out, we're a brand new party. We've started from absolutely nothing. But the disillusionment with all the big parties has helped us give a voice to what people actually called for in the first place, a combination of democracy and delivering Brexit.
When you look at the campaign and the kind of messages you are getting, could you sum those up for us?
Did I? Sorry?
Could you sum up the message that you were getting from voters on the campaign trail?
Everywhere we went, people were coming who had never voted, who had voted for the big parties in the past, who had voted Liberal Democrat at local elections, saying that they didn't have a voice. They felt that democracy had been betrayed and that finally someone was speaking up for them. And I think that is the crucial point, that we had a referendum and there was a clear majority and none of the main parties followed through on delivering what the people called for. That's what we're going to do.
Just bear with us while we're watching images of your own party leader, Nigel Farage, in his southeast region, arriving there at the count earlier today. And we'll see those images now. And Annunziata, just think about the impact of this result nationally. What do you think the impact will be on the political landscape?
I very much hope it makes our parliamentarians listen to the people that put them there. That the whole problem at the moment is that the people have been against the politicians. The politicians need to listen and they need to reflect what it is the people want. We're standing on a WTO ticket, and I think this is a big message that the people want this sorted. They want out.
Well, just a thought at this stage, because of course, you know, your party leader, who's in Kettering right now, just arriving there and just at the count. He's arriving at his own count, of course, which is in Southampton. You're in Kettering, Annunziata. Just a thought on the way that this campaign's been run by Mr. Farage, and what do you think will happen to the Brexit process now?
I think that we have to have a voice in the negotiations, that it's been very clear that when it comes to representing us in Europe, there is a great upswell in support for the Brexit Party and the messages that we are giving. It is therefore only right that as a successful party so far, we've only been going 6 weeks, it is very early days, but that we are invited to the table to put across the point of view of the people who voted for us.
And what are your thoughts on cooperating with the Conservative Party in that process?
Well, I don't know who the Conservative Party are or what they stand for at the moment. I think it's impossible to have any cooperation with a party that is rudderless, visionless and leaderless.
Annunziata Rees-Mogg, good of you to join us in Kettering, and we'll have more from that region a little later on. Let's have a look at our scoreboard so far then. And if we look at where we are right at this early stage in the evening, and there's our scorecard in terms of the share of the vote. The Brexit Party, it's very early days, of course, on 31%, Labour on 17%, the Lib Dems on 20%, and the Greens on 12%. That's where we are, and we'll have more from the BBC Election Centre in a few minutes, but first let's get the latest on the elections where you are. And Emily, you were going to say something about the pattern of results so far. What were you wanting to focus on?
Well, I've seen it in all of the results, and I think it's an important thing to look at, which is to look at if you put in the Change UK and you put in the growth of the Lib Dem vote and you put in the growth of the Green vote, it quite often equates to the drop in the Labour vote. And I just think that point needs to be made. And then if you look at the Brexit Party, you look at the drop in the Conservative vote and you look at the drop in the UKIP vote, that tends to equate to the growth in the Brexit Party. So I just think that tends to show what I've been saying, that there has been this clear divide. And so we're losing votes to Greens and the Liberals and to Change UK, and the Tories are losing votes. And I just think it's important to make that clear when you see it through that lens. It seems to me that it shows that. So that's the point I wanted to make.
And is the point you were making earlier about a lack of clarity, is that the answer to the conundrum that you were now presenting?
Well, I just think that when we're doing our analysis of the results and we're trying to work out what the voters are telling us, I think we mustn't kid ourselves that, of course, we will be losing some votes to the Brexit Party, but it is nothing compared to the number of votes that we're losing to the Greens and to the Liberals and to Change UK, such as it means anything. But that's the important point, and that's what I wanted to say, because on all of the results so far, I mean, as I've been adding them up, that's where it seems to go. And so that seems to me to be an important part of the analysis that we need to do.
OK, Suzanne?
I think you're really reading too much into this, Emily. You know, you can look at numbers on a screen and you can say, oh, it means this, that and the other. But the only real way you know how your former Labour voters are going to think is by getting out and talking to them on the doorstep. And the ones that we talk to on the doorstep are saying very much that the Labour Party has abandoned me, it's abandoned its working class roots, it should be an anti-European Union organisation. And this is why you're losing votes, I reckon, down 17% in the North East, and you've only just now got one MEP in that area.
In the North East, Change has gone up 4%. The Liberals have gone up 11%. The Greens have gone up I don't know how much percent, and Labour has gone down 17%. And so I mean, where did all the Liberal votes come from? Where did all the Change UK vote come from? Where did the Green vote come from? I suspect it came from Labour, and that's the point that we need to look at and be very clear about when we are looking again at the results of this and working out what we should do as a party.
Well, I mean, it could well be an analysis that you're being punished for as a party sitting on the fence on Brexit and trying to say one thing, perhaps to Remain voters, another thing to Leave voters, and it's time to have a clearer position. I'm surprised by the conclusion that you're reaching on that. The conclusion, to me, coming through from the election results is that people really want to see the referendum result honoured, and they want us to see us leave the European Union, which, of course, was.
Well, where did all these Liberal voters, Change and Greens come from then?
Well, we know that Liberals have indeed targeted people who voted Remain, and there's a very specific sector interest there, and I understand that. But also, some of your voters voted Leave.
Tories are going Liberal.
I couldn't comment on exactly where all our voters are going, but clearly we have some voters who voted Remain and who don't want us to deliver on the referendum result. But I think overall, and that includes, I mean, Remain voters, many Remain voters I've heard from have said actually that they do think the country voted to leave, so even though they voted Remain, they think we should honour that referendum result because it's democracy.
I mean,
if
people are seeing these, and I fear that they did. I fear that they saw these European elections as a kind of a proxy for a referendum, and what happened was that people chose those who summed up their policy in 3 words, or 1 word, and that's how it ended up dividing. And if that's right, then if you look up the tally of those who voted Brexit and those who didn't vote Brexit, those who voted Remain, that will be an interesting thing. And actually, by the looks of it...
So if these are a proxy for a referendum, why are you still campaigning for another one? Because, yeah, I think you're absolutely
right.
Because
I don't think it's a proper referendum. Because we, for example, have not been out campaigning to Remain.
You don't agree that the one in 2016 was a proper referendum either,
I'm saying that what we need to do is we need to have...
You just won't listen to what the voters are telling you.
No, what we need to be clear about is what it is that people are going to vote for. Because they can't vote to leave the European Union when there is no clarity as to what that means. We now have clarity. We now have either Theresa May's deal or no deal. And people need to vote on that.
We're just pausing for a second. No, it's fine. We'll have an update on the scoreboard in just a few minutes, because them carrying on with the next phase of our coverage, some more results coming in, and we'll indeed have another update from Rita as well. So here in the election studio, we're getting some results in, and we're seeing some patterns forming already at this early stage. One of the very important blocks of results, of course, will come in from Scotland. Will tell us something there as well about the strength of the SNP and what they might do with their calls for a second referendum on independence. Rita, how does it look?
Well, we've got several results in from Scotland, local results these are, and they're showing a strong performance by the SNP. Scotland, of course, voted Remain in the EU referendum, but there are some interesting details in some of these local authorities. Let's take a look at Renfrewshire. So this is an area where Labour topped the poll last time, but you can see what's happened this time round. The SNP way ahead on 42% of the vote, with the Brexit Party ahead of Labour this time round. And if we just take a look at the change in the vote share, look at that. The Labour Party down 22%. So Emily Thornberry saying a little earlier that she felt this evening the Labour Party was getting a kicking. That does feel like that's what's happened in Renfrewshire. Let's take a look at one of the other local authority areas, the Scottish Borders. Now, here, the Conservative Party has also been quite strong. But look at this, the SNP, again, a very healthy result for them here, 28% for them. Brexit Party on a tie with the Conservatives on 19%. And if we just take a little look at the change in the share of the vote between this evening and 5 years ago, you see the SNP up 8, 19% for the Brexit Party, new party, of course, Conservatives down 12%, and Labour also down 7%. I'm just going to show you what this means in terms of the overall share as we have it so far for Scotland. So there you can see a good result for both the SNP and the Brexit Party. The Conservatives have lost their share of the vote, Liberal Democrats gaining a little bit, and for the Labour Party, that's pretty dismal viewing, isn't it? Minus 18% on last time.
Thank you very much, Rita. So the picture there in Scotland. Let's have a quick look at the scoreboard so far across Britain so that we know where we are. Just 20% of councils declared. Quick explanation again, the counting taking place in local authority areas. It's then all added up in one region. And that's when we get the MEPs elected. So that's why it says councils declared. Brexit Party so far on 32%. The Lib Dems on 19, Labour on 16. So clearly a very strong night for the Brexit Party, but a very strong night too for the Lib Dems. And Sir Ed Davey of the Lib Dems is joining us now. Ed, thanks for waiting to talk to us. What's it look like so far for you?
It looks fantastic. We had this campaign to stop Brexit. We said to people, if you vote Liberal Democrat, you're voting to stop Brexit. And millions have responded. And rather than some of the comments I've heard on your panel, it looks to me like the British people have sent a very strong message about stopping Brexit. OK, the Brexit Party's done OK, but look at the Liberal Democrat vote in the capital here in London. We may even top the poll if the results that I'm hearing are all added up like that. And for the Conservatives and Labour, we have beaten them. I think it's the first time ever that the Liberal Democrats in a nationwide poll have beaten the Conservative and Labour Party. That's an extraordinary result, and it really backs up Vince Cable and the Liberal Democrats' campaign to stop Brexit.
Well, you say the Brexit Party have done OK. I think you'd have to admit they've done better than OK.
Well, they've done what the UKIP did last time with a little bit of the Tory vote, but Liberal Democrats have been gaining votes from the Conservatives and from Labour because of our Stop Brexit message. And I think it's a bit too early to say for sure, but if you add up all the votes of the Remain parties, I think there's a strong message. I do agree with one or two of your comments in the panel. You've got to look at votes of the Green Party, the Change UK, and indeed some of the votes that went to the Labour Party. And I think if you do that with the SNP and Plaid Cymru, the Remain message is a strong message. And I think Liberal Democrats leading that Remain vote have got an awful lot to be pleased about, but now we've got some work to do. We've got to make sure that Parliament doesn't allow a no-deal Brexit to happen and actually calls a halt on the whole Brexit proposal and allows the people to have the final say. That's what Liberal Democrats promised. That's what we'll be campaigning for. That's what we're using these votes for back in Parliament.
The problem is, Ed, isn't it, that the campaign has been fragmented in terms of those people who want to either stop Brexit or certainly want to get in the way of a no-deal Brexit. That message has been diluted because people have failed to work together. Do you think that's a fair point?
Well, we wanted to work with other parties and we tried to do that. We tried to have a Remain alliance. I think the fact that we have done so well on the back of our local election victories shows that Liberal Democrats are the leading Remain party, and we've managed to garner a lot of votes from Remain Conservatives and Remain Labour. And so I'm very pleased that Liberal Democrats have had such a fantastic night, or it looks like we're going to have a fantastic night. But I do think, despite the fragmentation that you rightly comment on, I think it's legitimate to add up the Liberal Democrat vote with all the other Remain votes. And I think if you do that, I think you'll have a much stronger Remain message. And I think we should be clear about that. It'd be quite wrong for the media and others to run away and saying, oh, this is the people saying we've got to get on with Brexit. They said that after the local elections, and they were absolutely wrong. The message that I'm hearing, that I'm picking up, is people actually want a halt to Brexit. They want to have a chance to think again. They want a final say.
At the end of the night, Ed, where do you think you'll be, the Lib Dems, in terms of seats, actual MEPs?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's too early to speculate on that. I think we'll see quite a large increase. I think we might be have the largest increase of any party if you link in UKIP and Brexit, I think, which is obviously the right thing to do. So the Liberal Democrats really have had a dramatic change, and I think we're back in business. We had a fantastic set of local election results early on in this month. We've now, looks like we might have our best ever European election results, never having before beaten the Conservatives and the Labour Party in a national vote. Liberal Democrats are back in business, and we're absolutely determined to proceed with our campaign to stop Brexit as the leading Remain party.
Ed, thanks very much once again. Sir Ed Davey there for us for the Lib Dems, and good to talk to you. Thanks for waiting to talk to us so patiently. Well, of course, we mentioned earlier that the SNP were having a very strong night. We'll be talking to the SNP in just a moment. What about the picture in Wales, where Labour traditionally dominate the landscape? What's happening there with the new Brexit party and indeed with Plaid Cymru and the other parties? Rita, any signs there?
Well, on these results here, Hugh, it looks like a very good night for the Brexit Party. The same pattern being repeated. You can see the 8 results we've got up here. Well, Anglesey in green, that means that Plaid has topped the poll there. But in all these other areas, it's the Brexit Party that's come out on top. And the message we're getting from our analysts is that if the Brexit Party is winning out, it's Labour and the Conservatives who are really losing. Let's take a look at one or two of the details here. Let's look at Blaenau Gwent. So this is an area where Labour is traditionally strong. It topped the poll in the last 3 European elections. Brexit Party way out ahead on 39% and Labour on 24%. And if we just take a look at the change in the vote share there, look at that. Labour down 22%. And this is going to be symbolically very painful for Labour. This is an area where both Michael Foot and Nye Bevan had their parliamentary seats, so a true Labour area traditionally. Let's look at one of the other local authorities here. Let's look at Pembrokeshire. Now, this is an area where the Conservatives have been strong. There are 2 Conservative MPs in Westminster here at the moment. Again, we see the Brexit Party way out ahead on 38%. Plaid in second place on 16%, and the Conservatives in 5th place on 10% of the share of the vote. And if we look at how that share has changed since 2014, you can see that Labour is down 10% and the Conservatives down 19%. I want to just show you the Welsh scoreboard so far as it is. And there you have it. So the Brexit Party on top with 32% of the vote. Plaid up a little bit. Labour down 13%. The Lib Dems up by 10% and the Conservatives down by 11%.
Well, it's 91% of councils declared there, Rita, so that's a pretty sort of solid set of figures. And with Labour in 3rd place, that's a remarkable performance for Labour, remarkably poor performance. And if it's 15%, I think it's probably their worst ever showing in a national election in Wales. Plaid Cymru having a very strong night behind the Brexit Party. Plaid Cymru's sister party, of course, is the Scottish National Party. So let's go to Alan Smith, who's been an MEP since 2004, who's waiting to talk to us now. Alan, thanks very much for joining us. Your thoughts so far on how things are turning out in Scotland, because there, I think you've barely had 20% of the councils declared so far.
Evening, Hugh. Well, firstly, thanks for pronouncing my name properly. It's rare people get it right, but as Welshmen, you know how to do that. What is clear so far, and it's very early days yet, is that Scotland's a different country. We've got a different view of how we see our place in the world. We've got a different view about how we want to interact with our wider European continent. We voted clearly Remain in the initial EU referendum, and that vote has clearly been replicated with the vote, which is doing well for my party for the moment, but early days yet. But taking the results in the round, it is clear that Scotland's for Europe. We have voted Remain again. That vote cannot be ignored.
What does that mean, the vote can't be ignored? What does that lead to then?
Well, I've said throughout this campaign that the people who pretend to be in charge of the Brexit process aren't in charge of nothing. I'm getting T-shirts made. I survived the 29th of March, I survived the 12th of April, I survived the 22nd of May as well. I've survived Mrs May by the looks of things too. So I think what happens next on Brexit will be set by what happens in these European elections. We're seeing a very nuanced picture in Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland as well, and we need to see a proper reaching out and a proper engagement with the various voices within these islands to try and find a solution. Also, the Independent Republic of Ireland has got a lot of useful things to be saying on this as well. We need to be working on this. But from my party's perspective, there's no good news in Brexit for anybody. Scotland voted to remain. I was one of the parliamentarians that took the UK government to court to establish that we can unilaterally revoke Article 50. And if a way to that is a second EU referendum on the question of Mrs May's deal versus remain, so be it, we're open to that.
You know full well what the answer will be from some of the colleagues at Westminster. They'll say, look, the Brexit Party's done exceptionally well if you look across Britain. And with that in mind, that is the kind of boost, if you like, for those people who say it's full steam ahead with Brexit. It's not what you say, putting the brakes on, despite the strong performance by the SNP. The performance of the Brexit Party will, for many people, be the signal that it should be full steam ahead. How are you going to counter that?
Well, Hugh, in 2014 we were told we were a partnership of equals, we were a family of nations. We're now being told to shut up and get to the back of the bus. That is not good enough for the people of Scotland. We've voted Remain in the referendum. That has been comprehensively ignored. We've been trying to find compromise solutions. The Scottish Government has put forward various compromise halfway houses which could have solved the problems that Mrs May showed no interest in solving for herself. There are solutions that can be found to this. We're open to that dialogue, but we are clear that the best Brexit is no Brexit, and we need to revoke Article 50 now. And if a second referendum is the way to do that, we're open to that.
I mentioned earlier on about the prospects in Scotland in terms of the SNP and its desire for independence and looking at the strategy for a second referendum there. What will this result do in terms of that process?
Well, it's very early days on that as well. It's very early days on the results tonight, so let's see what the numbers are when they come in. But we're bringing forward legislation in the Scottish Parliament next week to facilitate the referendum on independence. That's very much part of the discussion in Scotland. We have a lively constitutional debate on that. But what these results tonight so far are showing us is that Scotland is massively endorsing Remain parties. It's not unanimous, of course it isn't, because we're a lively democracy. But Scotland is clearly for Remain. We're clearly for Europe.
Alan, thanks very much once again for talking to us. Good to talk to you, and we'll be keeping an eye very closely on the results coming in from Scotland, where a quarter of the councils are now declared. We haven't mentioned... Are we going to Chelmsford for the East of England? Let's have a look at this.
European parliamentary election for the Eastern region. I, Nick Evely, the Regional Returning Officer for the Eastern region, hereby give notice that at the European parliamentary election in the Eastern region, held on the 23rd of May 2019, the number of votes cast for each party or candidate were as follows. Change UK, the independent group, 58,274 votes. The Conservative and Unionist Party, 163,830 votes. The English Democrats, 10,217 votes. The Green Party, 202,460 votes. The Labour Party, 139,490 votes. The Liberal Democrats, 361,563 votes. The Brexit Party, 604,000. So the Brexit Party, 604,715 votes. The UK Independence Party, 54,676 votes. And Cressida Sotilia, 3,230 votes. The number of votes which each party or candidate had after the application of subsection 4 to 9 of section 2 of the European parliamentary elections was as follows. As Regional Returning Officer for the Eastern Region, I hereby give notice that the 7 candidates elected in the Eastern Region are as follows. Richard James Tice, the Brexit Party. Barbara Ann Gibson, Liberal Democrats. Michael Eric Heaver, the Brexit Party. Catherine Rowlett, the Green Party. June Alison Mummery, the Brexit Party. Lucy Kathleen Nashinga, Liberal Democrats. And Geoffrey Charles Van Orden, Conservative and Unionist Party. The total electorate for the Eastern Region was 4,407,975. The number of rejected votes was 9,589, and the votes for candidates was 1,598,455. The total votes cast were 1,608,044. The percentage turnout was 36.48%. Thank you. If the successful candidates would like to join me on stage, they're welcome to say a few words. Thank you.
So that's the result there in Chelmsford in the east of England. And let's have a look at the elected members. There they are for you, 7 of them in all. And we can see 3 for the Brexit Party, 2 Lib Dems, 1 Green and 1 Conservative. Now, this, Laura, is a very dramatic result and a thumping victory for the Brexit Party.
It is a thumping victory for the Brexit Party, no question. But also, look at the Lib Dems there and the Greens. The Greens ahead of the Labour Party and the Tory Party. A very, very clear picture there that both that move across of UKIP voters to the Brexit Party has been improved upon by the Brexit Party, really gaining there. But also, look at those parties that have had an overt Remain message. Look at that Lib Dem performance in that part of the country, up 23%. The Greens, 13%. Miles ahead of our 2 traditional parties. Really, really, really notable.
Let's look at the change in share, because that again will underline what's going on here. So the new Brexit Party, the Lib Dems, as you say, performing extremely strongly, putting on 16%. The Greens up 4%. Conservatives taking an absolute walloping there.
An absolute pasting. But this is also important to look at the transfer from how much did UKIP lose and how much did the Brexit Party gain. So UKIP fell away by 31%, the Brexit Party gaining 38%. So when we're talking about the Brexit Party, we need to bear that in mind. Huge amounts of those votes will have gone across from UKIP voters. That said, it's still a good result for them. But look at the change in the Liberal Democrat vote. And it seems that they might be making gains in that part of the country, the east of England, not just London, where we think that the Lib Dems have done extremely well, or other sort of very Remain urban kinds of parts of the country. If they can do that in an region like the east of England, that's really quite something.
Look at the seats again, Laura, just for people, just to underline what's happened, because as you say, 3 seats to the Brexit Party, a big transfer of votes there from UKIP last time, but that's a remarkable result. But as you say, Lib Dems and Greens, gaining 3 seats between them. Lib Dems putting on 2, as you say, in a part of the country where, UKIP have done so strongly in the past, and there has been traditionally a very strong pro-Brexit sentiment there.
Does East of England contain Cambridge and
Of course
Norwich?
it does. Of course it does. But that's where you're going to get lots of that support. So what do we make of that?
I think it's quite interesting that actually the Brexit Party have repeated UKIP's success in 2014. UKIP got 3 in the east of England in 2014. Now the Brexit Party has 3 as well. So in a sense, I think that's absolutely right. We've seen a clear switch here from UKIP to Brexit. Interestingly, of course, the first named MEP there is Richard Tice, who is the chairman of the Brexit Party. So I think what's also coming out for me from these results is we've seen this huge resurgence of the Brexit Party. We've seen the growth of a new party. But I wonder too if we're also seeing the death of 2 parties in these elections too. The death of Change UK, which really hasn't got off the ground at all, and the death of UKIP. So this is perhaps a night where new parties are made, old ones are, well,
Helen, what are your thoughts on this?
or falling.
So far.
I mean, as we expected, we knew it was going to be a bad night for us, difficult results. And so, I mean, we have an MEP. That's something.
Mm-hmm. It's come to that.
You've got to appreciate when that we have got some support. There is some support for the fact that we are trying to leave the European Union. We're trying to leave with a deal, but we recognise the frustration of many of our voters that we haven't managed to do that.
But for the governing party to be so far behind, I mean, what does that say? I mean, this is not just, oh, it's a difficult night. That's the traditional thing we hear around the table. This is disastrous.
It's a roasting, isn't it?
But, I mean, this is a very strong message to us, the frustration that we have not managed to deliver Brexit that we set out to do, and how annoyed, frustrated voters are with us. And I've heard it on the doorstep.
But what's it going to change? In a parliament where the government has no majority, what's going to change?
I mean, you're right that it's really difficult for us to do it in practice. People are very frustrated with Parliament as a whole, and we don't have a majority, so it's been really difficult to deliver on the referendum result.
Surely it's
but no,
also.
we have
Can
to.
Can I just say that, I mean, I think the one piece of good news, I've just been looking it up, is that Stephen Yaxley-Lennon has had an absolute pasting. I am absolutely delighted about that.
Tommy Robinson, as he's known. Yes.
His stage name being Tommy Robinson. He's a nasty little man, and he's been completely defeated. So that's a bit of good news.
That's in the North.
But I think that the other thing, I would just go back to what I said originally, is that this is a single issue election. If we don't have a clear message on that single issue, we will be punished. We have been punished, and Labour needs to learn that lesson and needs to learn it fast.
How will that lesson be learned, Emily? What's the mechanism for that lesson being learnt within the party?
I think that what will happen is that obviously the National Executive Committee will look at the result. We always do after results in order to find out what we should learn. And we are a big democratic party. Many of our members will have strong views about it, and will be making those views clear. We need to make sure that we listen carefully, as I say, not just to what they think, but to what they were told on the doorstep by voters.
How receptive do you think the leadership will be to, well, you're part of the leadership, but how receptive will the leadership be to that message?
I mean, Jeremy is overwhelmingly a Democrat, so I'm quite sure that he will listen to the membership and listen to the experiences and learn from it.
Because, you know, traditionally it's been said, and Laura's told us many times, that he's instinctively very resistant to the notion of another referendum.
He's instinctively a Democrat, and he appreciates that we are a very long way away from the original referendum, which was a in-out referendum. 3 years on, much has been learned, and frankly, we will not allow a no-deal Brexit or a bad Tory Brexit to go ahead, and we will put it to a referendum, and we need to be clear about that.
What I'd like to do at this point, if we can, because Emily and all of you would be interested in this, the London result, OK? So let's just have a listen to what happened at the declaration there.
And individual candidate at the poll on the 23rd of May 2019 is as follows. Animal Welfare Party, 25,232. Change UK, the Independent Group, 117,635. Conservative and Unionist Party, 177,964. Green Party, 278,957. Labour Party, 536,810. Liberal Democrats, 608,725. The Brexit Party, 400,257. UK European Union Party, UK EUP, 18,806. UK Independence Party, UKIP, 46,497. Women's Equality Party, 23,766.
Well, there's a lot to take in there, isn't there? Let's look at the elected members in London. And by the way, the result came in far earlier than we thought. 8 MEPs elected for the London electoral region, topping the poll for the Lib Dems, Irina von Wiese, and then Claude Moraes, who's a very long-standing member of the European Parliament for Labour, in second place. The Brexit Party's Benjamin Habib, and then another Lib Dem member, Dinesh Damja, and then we have the Greens, Scott Ainsley, the Labour Party's Sebastian Dance, another Lib Dem, Louisa Porritt, and the Brexit Party's Lance Foreman, and no Conservatives in sight. And that is quite a... That's quite a turn-up. Let's look at the tally then, once again, and we'll see that now Lib Dems, from nowhere last time, now have 3 MEPs representing London. That's the strength of their surge in the London region. Labour have 2. They've lost 2 of their MEPs. The Brexit Party are on 2 seats. The Greens are on 1, and the Tories have lost the 2 that they had last time. The Change UK Party, the New Party, don't have any. The UKIP grouping last time, which was just a solitary MEP, that's also been lost. If we look at the share of the vote, because that's also useful for us in terms of the Lib Dem performance here, and let's look at that. 27% of the vote to the Lib Dems in London. Labour Party on 24%, the Brexit Party on 18% in third place, the Greens on 12%, the Tories way back on 8% in the London region, Change UK on 5%, UKIP on 2%. And then if we look at the Change, from 2014, the Lib Dems have increased their share of the vote by 20%. Labour's down by 13% in London, where, of course, it's very strong traditionally. Brexit Party on 18%, the Greens having put on 4%, the Tories lost 15% of its share of the vote. So back to the tally again, just to remind us where we are. In London, very important result because there are 8 MEPs in this region, the Lib Dems on 3, Labour on 2, the Brexit Party on 2, the Greens on 1. And gosh, well...
That's quite something. I mean, London is absolutely the sort of beating heart of today's Labour Party. It's not just Emily Thornberry's backyard, but Jeremy Corbyn's literal backyard. That is a very worrying result for the Labour Party, to see such a move to the Lib Dems away from them.
Islington, I'm told, Emily, Islington went to the Lib Dems. Would that surprise you?
No.
Right. I mean, so again, what are we reading? You've been very open so far. What are you reading into this London performance for Labour? Is that just simply, a stronger version of what you were saying earlier in terms of clarity of message, the fact that people are turning to the Lib Dems because they like the message that the Lib Dems are giving in London?
As I say, I think it's a single issue. I think it's been a single issue election, and I had many people saying to me on the doorstep, I'll always vote for you, Emily. I'll always vote in generals. I'll always vote Labour. But in this, we just need you to get the message that you need to be clearer about what you're saying. Because I would explain what Labour's position was, and they would go, oh, OK. And I say, I know, it's taken 5 minutes to explain exactly where we are. We needed to be clearer and sharper and make it absolutely unequivocal as to where we're going and what it is that we're going to need to do. And that seems to me that until and unless we do that, we will be punished. I do think at a general election it will be a different matter. Okay. At a general election there will be many other issues, and frankly, the Liberals will not do anything like as well in a general election because of the challenge that we will give them on a wide range of issues.
I'd love to hear the conversation between you and, let's say, Len McCluskey, who's been very clear. Labour has no business to be talking about some kind of second referendum. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the message he's given. What would you say to him?
Well, I mean, I think that, I talk to Len regularly, and he is very conscious of the fact that people are split on this, and I get that. And that's why, for the last 3 years, we have been trying to deliver a Brexit that will look after jobs and look after the economy. But frankly, we're not going to agree to their deal because their deal is nonsense. And we've been making it clear throughout what it is that we've been wanting. And we have done everything we can to try to leave, but in such a way as will look after our people. But we're not getting there, and we cannot agree to this. And that's why things have now got to a stage whereby if we're being faced with a Tory bad deal or no deal, we must start making it clear that we think we need to go back to the people and say to them, did you vote for this? Because we don't think you did. Could you just give us your good sense? do you want to go ahead with this? Because frankly, if people do, then fine, then we'll go ahead with it. But if they want to remain, then I think that should be the other option.
But you have Caroline Flint again saying tonight, this talk is toxic, she says. This kind of talk about going back to people, and she says it's toxic. Now, what do you say then?
I think that what needs to be the guiding light is democracy, and I think we begin with democracy.
So you're going to ignore
Wait
the
a
result
minute.
of the first referendum
Hey, girls, shoot, come on. You can call me a girl. All right, let me focus. So the point I'm trying to make is that you know, the day after the referendum, I woke up the next morning and I said, this is dreadful, but we must do as we're told. We're public servants. We must do as we're told. We're public servants, and we must go ahead with this. But there are ways and ways of leaving the European Union. And in the end, 48-52 spoke to me an essential truth, which was, yes, we leave, but we do not go far, and we look after jobs and the economy. And that was our guiding light.
Okay.
And that is what we have been trying to deliver against an intransigent Prime Minister who has not listened, no matter what it is that we've said. And we are running out of road, and we are ending up in a position whereby the fear is you are going to elect a leader who wants no Brexit, who wants no deal, and therefore, if we're going to end up with no deal,
you can speculate
we
on
must
our
be
leadership
clear,
contest, but
and we must be Democrats and say to the public, did you vote for this?
Okay, Helen.
Well, it just you make out that you've somehow been trying to cooperate to deliver Brexit, but you simply haven't.
6 weeks we were talking to you guys.
Your party has voted against Brexit 37 times, against all the withdrawal agreement, against lots of preparations for no deal Brexit. You have voted again and again and again. The only thing you did is indeed vote for Article 50, and then you've done everything you can to stop us actually carrying it out.
I think you're both in denial here, to be honest. I think, Emily, you're in denial about what voters in your Labour heartlands want, and I think if you continue to push the second referendum anti-Brexit line, you're going to lose even more vote share. Helen, with respect, I think what these results are also showing tonight is that Theresa May's deal should be dead and buried. This also is not what the country wants. It's not Brexit. The massive surge in support for the Brexit Party is effectively against not just the Conservative Party's intransience and refusal to deliver on the referendum result, but it's also a very strong verdict against Theresa May's deal.
And
I think
you do not represent the majority of the population on no deal. You absolutely don't. And if you think that this is the referendum, then actually let's have a proper referendum and let's find out exactly what people want.
Yeah, let's have one that says Theresa May's deal, no deal, or Remain, and let's split the Leave vote. Yeah, very clever that, Emily. We're wising up to that one.
Laura?
What this is it's no deal if there is no other option. Every sensible Leave voter in the country would like to have a decent deal. May's deal is not a decent deal. It was an utter capitulation.
They didn't vote for.
This is
we
a
should
vote
be all right.
We
We'll
don't
just
want
about
May's
have enough
deal.
food.
We will
be all right on
deal.
medicines, we're sure.
Oh, come on.
We're sure we can sort something out.
Laura, do you want to pick one?
I just wonder, Emily, before you leave, when was it that you decided that actually the Labour policy was as wrong as you've been suggesting it is tonight? Because for a long time, many of your colleagues have been saying exactly what you're saying tonight, but you've been part of the shadow cabinet that agreed this policy again and again and again. So when did you change your mind?
I don't talk about what happens internally in the Labour
Well,
Party.
I'm asking you, when did you change your mind?
I think that leaks by others who thought it was a good idea to leak what I said, well, I think it is fairly clear what my view has been, and I have been making my views fairly clear behind the scenes. But in the end, you know, I thought that our policy during this election was, you could see where we were trying to go. It just wasn't clear enough.
But so you've been going along with something you fundamentally think is wrong for many months, but now these results say you're going to persuade Jeremy Corbyn to change his mind.
No. I thought it was right for us to try to find a way through this whereby we left the European Union, but we remained close, because that did seem to me to be the way that statespeople in these circumstances had to behave. But I thought that when we got to these European elections, although we were going in the right direction in our policy, we still hadn't gone far enough and fast enough, and we weren't clear enough. And I did do everything I could in public to be clear about that. And what I have said behind the scenes is a matter for me and my colleagues, and I'm not going to leak conversations, but other people did, and it is known what my view was.
Okay. Helen, I understand that you will be going somewhere else soon. We're going to be missing your company, but thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We'll see you in another studio at another election. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to go to Chelmsford, because Heidi Allen from Change UK is joining us. Heidi, thanks very much for waiting to talk to us. OK, what's your reading of things there?
No problem. Well, here we have had 2 Lib Dems and 1 Green candidate, MEP selected, 3 Brexit. and one Conservative held their seat. Labour have gone. Massive swing to Remain. If you compare how it was last time, actually, when there were significantly more UKIP and Conservatives, it does feel like a big swing to Remain, actually, overall.
What are the dynamics of the campaign there? I mean, how did it go for you as a new entity?
Sorry, Hugh, forgive me, could you repeat that?
I'm just asking, for you as a new entity, political entity, how did the campaign go for you?
To be fair, it went really, really well, and the candidates tonight, I'm so proud of them. They've worked incredibly hard, you know, from nothing. And what was really noticeable tonight is just the energy in our group. You know, we're down, but we're not out. Everybody feels very, very passionate. This is the start of something. We've been a catalyst to try and nudge and push for a better kind of politics. And people tonight are not downhearted at all. They know that this is the beginning of something.
Where do you go from here? I'm just wondering, you know, what's your honest assessment of your prospects, you know, as you look ahead, possibly to a general election? What is your sense of where you're going?
Well, I mean, it all depends on how soon that general election comes, of course, and it does seem unnervingly like it might be sooner than perhaps anybody would like, which isn't a good outcome for the country. But, you know, I think we have to learn. You know, we've done really well from a standing start, but clearly the prize is the country's future. And we have to look at what went well, what went bad, you know, for us. And I think we need to work with other like-minded parties who are pushing for Remain, because the country has to come first. It's not about the brand. We have to work together. And that's certainly something that I'll be hoping that we can achieve in the coming weeks and months.
I'm sure there'll be people watching, Heidi, thinking, well, OK, she's talking about working together, possibly with the Lib Dems, who've done very well, the Greens who've done very well in some areas. Why on earth has that working together not happened before now?
Because, you know, we were having conversations, but to be frank, these EU elections came really fast and before we expected them, to be absolutely honest. So we have been working very positive together. You'll know in Peterborough we got within touching distance of having a shared candidate between ourselves, the Greens and the Lib Dems. So I feel that that's sort of setting the scene for the future. And hopefully we'll have enough time between now and a general election when we can work together in a more formal structure. That's certainly my ambition.
Heidi, thank you very much, and thanks for talking to us from Change UK. Heidi Allen there in Chelmsford. What I'd like to do now is bring in Sir John Curtis for the first time in this election night. John, thanks very much. It's good to have you with us again. OK, let's have your early take on what is going on.
Well, one of the things that we've known about attitudes towards Brexit for some time, Hugh, is that the country is polarised. It's polarised between those on the one hand who would like to leave without a deal, and on the other hand, those who would like to have a second referendum in the hope and the expectation that we would vote to stay inside the European Union. What we've seen in this election is that polarisation being reflected in the way in which people have decided to vote, and that as a result, our two largest, and I now use those words in quotation marks, our two largest parties, Conservative and Labour, who in different ways have been trying to come up with a compromise on Brexit, and of course in one case also had the misfortune to fail to deliver the Brexit they promised, have come and end up being basically deserted by voters. And certainly, I mean, the polls certainly indicated that the Brexit Party were going to do an awful lot of damage to the Conservatives. That is clear. There were signs in the polls that the Liberal Democrats maybe were going to do damage to Labour, but in the end, it looks as though they're going to do very substantial damage indeed, and that basically what we will discover by the end of tonight, that the level of support for those parties which are avowedly in favour of leaving without a deal is going to be roughly similar to the level of support for those parties who are in favour of a second referendum. And it will therefore perfectly illustrate the even but polarised division of our country. Of course, it's a polarisation that doesn't make resolving this Brexit impasse any easier. Rather, what this result underlines is that, frankly, the centre ground of Brexit politics is very thinly populated, and that trying to come up with a compromise is something it's, at the moment at least, very, very difficult to sell to the British electorate.
And we're in the early stages now, John, of this Conservative leadership election. I'm just wondering, you know, how does this Conservative performance feed into the dynamics of that leadership contest?
Well, I think it's going to feed into the dynamics of both parties. The truth is that, as we've already been seeing, the Conservative Party has clearly taken the message that it needs to deliver Brexit if it's going to recover electorally, and that I think in particular The idea that the next Conservative Prime Minister is going to be able to call an early general election in order to try to improve the arithmetic of the House of Commons to make it easier to get Brexit through is probably for the birds, because the honest truth is that the Brexit Party is going to continue to pose not as big a challenge as it has done tonight, but still pose a serious challenge to the Conservatives' electoral prospects. But equally, on the other side of the aisle, I think we can now anticipate, as we've kind of heard from Emily Thornberry this evening, but also we've had hints from John McDonnell earlier today, that actually the Labour Party also is probably now going to move much more clearly in favour of a second referendum, and that therefore, despite their attempts to compromise, both Conservatives and Labour will now be much further apart on Brexit than they were before. Though, of course, the difficulty that the next Conservative Prime Minister faces, the one thing that we do know, is that although many a Leave voter might be favouring leaving without a deal, the House of Commons is not, and that's going to be, that particular policy is going to be difficult to deliver. But certainly, delivering Brexit is now absolutely crucial to the Conservatives' electoral fortunes, and for the Labour Party being much more clearly a Remain party. It won't be costless. There are still some Leave voters who are voting for the Labour Party, but frankly, there aren't that many of them left, and the Labour Party is at the moment certainly much more clearly at risk of losing ground amongst its Remain voters, who have now suddenly discovered the Liberal Democrats and also the Greens, who are also up quite noticeably and probably going to put in their best performance since their dramatic performance in 1989. Their voters have been going in that direction, and that's not something the Labour Party can contemplate going on for very long.
John, we'll be back with you in a bit. Thank you very much, John Curtis, there for us. In a moment, I'll talk to the latest entrant into the studio, who's the prominent anti-Brexit campaigner, the former Labour advisor, Alistair Campbell. Good to have you with us, Alistair. Thanks very much. Suzanne's still with us, which is great. Rita, first of all, take us through some of these results. And you've got two interesting things here to compare and contrast two leaders.
Something that shows very starkly what's going on this evening, Hugh. So we've been hearing how the two main parties have been getting a thrashing at the hands of voters. Just look at this. Islington, Jeremy Corbyn's constituency, Theresa May's constituency is Maidenhead. Look at the performances of the two main parties in their own backyards, if you like. In Islington, Labour in second place, Liberal Democrats topping the share of the vote there on 30%. And in Windsor and Maidenhead, the Conservatives beaten into third place with the Brexit Party topping the poll, the Liberal Democrats coming a very strong second on 31% and the Conservatives on 13%. And if I just do this and show you how the share of the voters changed from 5 years ago. Look at that. Labour dropping 19% in Islington and the Conservatives 26% down in Maidenhead. So some really painful results there for the two main parties.
Well, Rita, thanks very much. And that presents its own interesting thing for us. I'm going to ask Alistair a very blunt question, first of all, as someone who spent years at Number 10 with Tony Blair and before that, as a prominent Labour figure. How did you vote?
I voted Liberal Democrat. I didn't vote Labour for the first time in my life.
Wow.
And it was a very, very strange feeling. But I just felt on this issue, at this time, I think the Labour Party has let its own supporters down, it's let its own members down, and I think it's let the country down in the way that it has failed properly to devise a policy that the party and the country could unite around, and the way that it failed to campaign. As a campaigner, I mean, fair play to Nigel Farage's party, they campaigned. The Conservatives and Labour, John Howarth, an MEP...
I'm going to stop here for a second, Alistair, just to go to the Welsh result and come back straight away.
Election of members to serve in the European Parliament for the electoral region of Wales, held on the 23rd of May 2019, do hereby give notice that the total number of votes recorded for each registered party in that region is as follows. Etholiad Senedd Ewrop, Ranbarth Etholiadol, Cymru. Yr oedd Ian Wesley, sef y swyddog cynlyniadau rhanbarthol dros Gymru, yn etholiad ar eiledau I wasanaethau un Senedd Ewrop dros rhanbarth etholiadol Cymru.
So the results for the Welsh region will be done bilingually, and they'll announce them in English and then in Welsh.
2019, droi hyn yn ysbysu.
So this is the returning officer, and the count is taking place in Pembrokeshire in Haverfordwest.
Oed I bob, plaid gofrestredig, and a ranbarth hwnnw fel y ganlyn. Change UK, the independent group, 24,000 332, 24,332. Conservative and Unionist Party, 54,000, 587, 54,587. Green Party, Plaid Wales, 52,000, 660, 52,660. Labour Party, Llavia, 127,000, 833, 127,833. Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rydd Riddle, 113,000, 885, 113,888. Plaid Cymru, I'm sorry, I'll say that number again, 113,885. Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 163,000, 928, 163,928. The Brexit Party, 271,404, 271,404. And the UK Independence Party, UKIP, 27,566, 27,566. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 5,655. Yr oedd gyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio ar y thoroedd yn 5,655. And I do hereby declare that the following candidates are duly elected as the 4 members for the said electoral region. Ac yr oedd fi drwy hyn yn datgad fod i'r ymgeiswyr
So there are 4 MEPs that will now be listed for Wales, and I think this result will be quite an eye-opener.
Dros y diweddedig ranbarth etholiadol. Nathan Lee Gill, the Brexit Party. Gillian Jill Evans, Gillian Save Jill Evans, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales. James Freeman Wells, the Brexit Party. And Jacqueline Marguerite Jones, Labour Party, Llavia.
So
Thank
there
you
you
very
have
much, and I will now ask
the 4 MEPs elected for Wales, 2 of them from the Brexit Party, 1 for Plaid Cymru and 1 for Labour. So if we look at the tally itself, that's Nathan Gill of the Brexit Party speaking there, the former UKIP MEP, of course. Brexit Party on 2 seats in Wales and Plaid Cymru on 1. We're going to go straight from Pembrokeshire to Birmingham to the West Midlands.
Midlands region for the European parliamentary elections held on Thursday the 23rd of May 2019 do hereby declare the number of votes cast for each party as follows. Change UK, the independent group, 45,673. Conservative and Unionist Party, 135,279. Green Party, 143,520. Labour Party, 228,298. Liberal Democrats, 219,982. The Brexit Party, 507,152. UK Independence Party, UKIP, 66,934. Total rejected ballots, 8,378. I therefore declare that the following candidates have been duly elected for the West Midlands region. First seat, Rupert James Graham Lowe, the Brexit Party. Second seat, Martin Edward Daubney, the Brexit Party. Third seat, Nina Gill, Labour Party. Fourth seat, Roger Philip Bennion, Liberal Democrats. Fifth seat, Andrew Robert England Kerr, the Brexit Party. Sixth seat, Eleanor Elizabeth Chounds, the Green Party. Seventh seat, Anthea Elizabeth Joy McIntyre, Conservative and Unionist Party.
Well, look at that result from the West Midlands. 7 MEPs elected from the West Midlands, 3 of them from the Brexit Party, a solitary Labour member, the Lib Dems taking a seat, the Greens taking a seat and the Conservatives taking a seat as well. Let's look at the tally then, because that'll tell us what's happened from last time. So 3 seats to the Brexit Party. Labour on 1, they've lost a seat. The Lib Dems have gained a seat. The Greens have gained a seat, another strong performance by Lib Dems and Greens as well. The Tories have lost a seat and UKIP's 3 seats have disappeared, but the Brexit Party have picked up 3. Let's look at the share of the vote. So the Brexit Party on 38%, the Labour Party on 17%, the Lib Dems on 16%, which is a strong showing by them, and a strong showing as well by the Greens. And the Conservatives really down significantly on last time. If we look at the change in the share of the vote, you'll see what I mean. So let's look at the change from last time. And you'll see that Labour are down 10%, Lib Dems are up 11%, the Greens are up 5%. But look, the Conservatives are down 14%. So back to the number of seats again, just to tie this up. The West Midlands, such a vital electoral area, as we know, and certainly in Westminster terms, there'll be lots of focusing on some of these results in terms of what it could mean for a general election if it comes later this year. Brexit Party on 3, Labour on 1, the Lib Dems on 1, the Greens on 1, the Tories on 1. That's where we are. Laura, that's quite a result as well.
It is quite a result, and following on from what we just saw, the result from Wales, where Labour was into third place. Yeah. I mean, what we are seeing a pattern, it's still early days, but the pattern is the Brexit Party is taking the UKIP inheritance and building very successfully on it. And then the pro-Remain parties, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, both gobbling up votes in parts of the country that aren't necessarily obvious for them. What does that tell us? It tells us that in this set of elections, clarity is winning on either side. And the 2 main Westminster parties have been trying in various ways to kind of come up with a softer Brexit or some kind of compromise here, there and everywhere. They are losing out to parties on both sides who are saying, here's a clear message. It might be stopping Brexit, it might be doing it straight away even if we don't have a deal. Clarity is the winner.
Just an interesting note before we move on to Alistair and to Suzanne. We're being told, John Curtis is telling us, the people who voted Change UK in Wales, if they'd voted Lib Dem instead, then the Lib Dems would have won a seat. So this fragmentation point is a very important one. And that is also true in the North East. So the point that we were putting earlier to Ed Davey is very valid in terms of the way that's broken down.
Absolutely, and in terms of what happens next in this crazy period in politics, whether or not the forces of Remain, if you want to call them that, can actually get together is a big question mark. It'll be very critical to see how they answer it. I mean, since the referendum, frankly, the Remain forces haven't really done a great job of being able to get together on anything. They struggled with Peterborough by-election, which is still to come, to agree on a candidate. And we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if they can stake that out or not.
The Labour performance in Wales particularly will have sobered lots of people up, won't it?
It will, and so will that in the West Midlands. But it's interesting in Wales, if you add together Plaid, Lib Dem, Green and Change, and that's substantially more than the Brexit Party got, and then you assume, I think, that a lot of the Labour voters, those who stayed loyal to Labour, actually would have been pro-People's Vote, pro-Remain as well. So I think that there's no doubt that the Brexit Party has done very, very well, but they have, as it were, virtually completely gobbled up the UKIP vote. They're getting some support from, if you like, disaffected Labour voters, but by a massive margin. where they're picking up, where the Labour Party is losing is to the, as you were saying, as Laura was saying, those parties that have had a clear message. Brexit is bad for the country. We've got to lead on it instead of trying to sort of just face both ways. And I think that is the lesson from this. And I hope they listen to what Tom Watson's been saying. I hope they listen to what Emily Thornberry's been saying. And yes, there will be some Labour MPs saying, hold on a minute, this is showing that we're at risk to the Brexit Party. But in the end, you have to decide a position, lead on it and campaign on it. And once you do that, I believe that you can win the country round.
We may have a result from Yorkshire and Humber in a second, Suzanne. If we do, I'll just break and go to it, so forgive me. But what do you make that's I think they're gathering, are they? So let's just stay on the pictures as well, because the returning officer is now asking the candidates to come to the podium in Leeds for the Yorkshire and Humber result. Just calling them up. So, Suzanne, while this is happening, just your take. So, I mean, in Wales, we were talking about Wales, and the Brexit Party performance in Wales is exceptionally strong.
Yes, it's been very good. UKIP had one MEP in Wales. The Brexit Party has now got two. And I think it's very interesting. Wales, of course, voted leave, along with England, in the referendum campaign. And I think this is really shoring up the Welsh vote. I totally disagree with what Alistair's saying, obviously. I think, Alistair, the day that the Labour Party comes out absolutely firmly with a pro-European line is the day that it starts to absolutely hemorrhage voters, particularly in the northeast of England.
I totally disagree.
And, well, I think the way in which the Labour Party has approached these elections has been completely wrong. Jeremy Corbyn talking about Brexit voters being far right, I think has absolutely alienated so many people as well.
I'm not defending their campaign. There wasn't a campaign.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So I think it'd be very interesting to see. My question, I think, next is where the Brexit Party goes from here. Is it going to become a party that actually challenges Westminster seats? Or is it going to stay the protest group that it is almost now for Brexit?
Well, let's see how well the party's done in Yorkshire and Humber, shall we? Let's have a look.
I, Tom Reardon, been Regional Returning Officer for Yorkshire and the Humber at the election of members to serve in the European Parliament held on Thursday, 23rd of May 2019, do hereby give notice that the total number of votes recorded for each registered party in the Yorkshire and Humber region is as follows. Change UK, the independent group, 30,162. Conservative and Unionist Party, 92,863. English Democrats, 11,283. Green Party, 166,980. Labour Party, 210,516. Liberal Democrats, 200,180. The Brexit Party, 470,351. The Yorkshire Party, 50,842. UK Independence Party, UKIP, 56,100. I therefore declare that the following candidates have been duly elected for the Yorkshire and the Humber electoral region. John Longworth, the Brexit Party. Lucy Elizabeth Harris, the Brexit Party. Richard Graham Corbett, Labour Party. Shafak Mohammed, Liberal Democrats. Majid, Green Party. Jake Pugh, the Brexit Party. Each of the parties will now make a short speech. So over to John first.
So there we have the result in from Yorkshire and Humber, and there are 6 MEPs elected in this region. Again, topping the poll with a very strong result, the Brexit Party, John Longworth and Lucy Harris. We have Richard Corbett for Labour, who's a familiar Labour politician in the European Parliament. Shafak Mohammed for the Lib Dems. Majid for the Greens, and Jake Pugh for the Brexit Party again. So 3 seats to them. Let's look at the tally. And there we have it. 3 Brexit Party seats, 1 to Labour, having lost a seat, again for the Lib Dems, again for the Greens. 2 strong performances again by them. The Conservatives, as we've seen elsewhere, losing their presence on the regional slate, and UKIP from last time having lost the 3 they had. Share of the vote. Yorkshire and Humber. Let's have a look at it. 36% to the Brexit Party, way out in front, with Labour in a kind of distant second place on 16%, and the Lib Dems really kind of coming right up and matching Labour's performance on 16%, which is quite a big thing for them to do in this area. The Greens on 13%, the Tories on 7%. So let's look at the change and we'll see what's happened, because Labour have lost 13% since last time. 9% share of the vote additional for the Lib Dems, and the Greens up by 5%. UKIP, as we know, they've fragmented badly since last time, which is why they've lost 27% share of the vote. But look at the Tories again. Tories and Labour, quite similar in Yorkshire and Humber in terms of the damage inflicted on them by this Brexit crisis, because that really is what we're talking about. As others have said, Emily, before, for Labour, this is has been a one-issue election, and that's the prism through which we should look at all these results. So another sort of set of results there that the Brexit Party would be happy with. And I'm just thinking again, from your point of view, Alistair, just interesting in terms of the way that this is going to translate into any potential change of Labour policy, because your view is clear. Emily Thornberry earlier, more clear than she's ever been before, about the fact that the party should stop, pause and really consider what it's doing. How confident are you that this current leadership is prepared to do that?
I'd be lying if I said I was wholly confident, but I think that they have to face what's going on here. My worry is that you will have some Labour MPs will be saying, look, actually what the success of the Brexit Party shows is that we have to sort of move more towards them. And I think that is exactly the wrong thing to do. I think what you've seen is a protest against the government for failing to deliver Brexit, and a protest against Labour for having such an unclear policy and unclear position. And even though the Brexit Party led there so well, if you look at the Greens, the Lib Dems, the big story here, I think, is the increase in the vote for the Greens and the Lib Dems. And if you actually say that UKIP have been wiped out with the Brexit Party increase is not that big. So I think the Remain, and I suspect when we get to the end of this, if this were a proxy referendum, then I think you're looking at the Remain parties added all together doing better than the hardline Brexit parties. So this is what the Labour Party has to understand. Leading on this, and they can have the foundation for winning a general election. If they don't lead on this, they're facing oblivion.
Well, let's see what Richard Tice's view on this is. He's the chair of the Brexit Party. Well, it will be different to yours, Alistair, that's guaranteed. So Richard joins us from Chelmsford. Richard, so far, what do you make of your party's performance?
Well, we're delighted by the results so far, both here in the Eastern region, where I've just been elected an MEP, but also up and down the country. Millions and millions and millions of voters have now got hope. They've supported what we stood for. We had a simple message: let's restore trust in democracy, let's promote and stand for a WTO Brexit, and we need some of our selected MEPs to go forward and help the negotiating team. And people have backed us very strongly, very clearly, and the Labour vote is hemorrhaging all over the country. Amazing to see what's happened, for example, in Wales, where we've got 2 MEPs and the Labour vote has collapsed. And I would say to Alistair in your studio, the reason it's collapsed is because they haven't listened to their core heartland voter. They've listened to what's going on in Islington.
Well, I'll ask Alistair to answer that in a second, but I'm intrigued by the thought that this election, you say, has offered hope to people, because I'm wondering, how does that happen? How does the Brexit negotiating process, which we've seen very clearly from the European Union's point of view, they've been, at least you can say, they've been consistent in the way they've applied their principles. How does that change because of the fact that you've got some Brexit Party MEPs?
Well, because what we have done is we've sent a very clear message back to Westminster that leave means leave. And what we've also said, and millions of voters up and down the country have now had the opportunity to say, actually, we are confident, we're comfortable with the WTO Brexit. And so maybe Westminster MPs, they need to wake up, smell the coffee, and realise that actually, this idea that any deal is better than no deal is simply not backed up by what people feel in the country. We in business, we know that no deal is always better than a bad deal. Theresa May's worst deal in history was quite rightly rejected 3 times. Now let's actually full steam ahead, prepare for leaving no later than the 31st of October on a WTO Brexit. That provides the maximum negotiating leverage going forwards. It provides the opportunity. And you can see clearly from tonight, actually, people in this country, they have confidence in our abilities, our great nation, and they want to move forwards. They want it done. They want some certainty. And we will grow, and we can grow even faster.
Alistair, what's your answer to that?
Well, Richard, you've lost in Wales. The hard Brexit party in Wales, you've got 42%. Wales is now Remain again. That's very, very good news for my side of the argument, not yours. And also, I've just had a text. This is for Labour. Darren Rodwell is the leader of Barking and Dagenham Council, and he's been unequivocally fighting against Brexit ever since the referendum. And they've beaten the Brexit party in Barking and Dagenham, which was the only council to vote out. If you show leadership on our side of the argument, the leadership that's been lacking from the top of the Labour Party, then Richard and Nigel and his friends, they can be defeated. And I think that is what the Labour Party has to see in this. You've done a very good campaign. Your social media's been brilliant. Your events have been good. You've had all the rubles coming in and you've done very, very well. Hats off. You fought the only decent campaign, Richard. I'll give you that. But
how old is the Labour Party compared to the Brexit Party?
I agree. The Labour Party's 100 years. I agree that.
They have come from absolutely nowhere and fought a very good campaign. You have had years and years and years, and you are losing hand over fist. This is a very bad day for the Labour Party. You might like to dress it up by talking about,
Suzanne, I don't know if you heard what I said. I didn't vote Labour.
I know you said you didn't vote Labour, but that's still where your loyalties lie, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Let's be clear.
Can I just interrupt?
You might want to tot up all the people that didn't vote for the Brexit
Okay,
Party
Richard,
and try and
you
make
come in.
something
You
out
come in.
of it. But really.
Yes, Richard, we're waiting.
Yeah, there's an important interruption here. Alistair Campbell has just tried to smear us, suggesting that rubles have come in. Not a single ruble has come in. Alistair, I think you should apologise.
Richard, I won't apologise. I won't apologise. I won't apologise.
Come on, be big enough on national TV.
No, Richard, don't lose your sense of humour just because you're stressed.
Ruble.
Don't lose your sense of humour. And also, I think there are some pretty unanswered questions about the campaign in 2016, Richard, and we'll keep going on them as well.
Richard, on the point about, this is the issue for me, which is how are you, as the Brexit Party, newly constituted, now with these MEPs, how are you in practical terms going to change the Brexit outcome that was reached after 2 years of negotiation between Theresa May and the European Union? How are you going to change that?
Well, because we stood on a platform that some of our selected MEPs who've got proper experience in business and negotiation should form part of the negotiating team. That's clear, and people have voted for that. And actually, do you know what? The government, or what's left of it, they really need to start listening, wake up and say, yes, come in, come and help, because we've made such a shambles of it. And there's things that we'll be doing, obviously, in Brussels.
Richard, thank you very much for joining us. It's good of you. Thanks a lot. Richard Tystead, the chair of the Brexit Party in Chelmsford, and good to talk to him. We're waiting for a result in from the southwest, aren't we? Here we are in Poole, and they're gathering. Are we actually getting the result?
Farrant, being the properly appointed regional returning officer for the European parliamentary election in the southwest region, held on the 23rd of May 2019. To hereby give notice that the number of valid votes cast for each party and individual candidate at this election is as follows. Change UK, the independent group, 46,612. Conservative and Unionist Party, 144,674. English Democrats, 8,393. The Green Party, 302,364. Labour Party, 108,100. Liberal Democrats, 385,095. The Brexit Party, 611,742. That was 611,742. UK Independence Party, 53,739. Maxi, Larch, Ian Albert Frank, Independent, 1,772. Mathur Rahman, Independent, 755. And Neville Seed, Independent, 3,383. The total number of rejected ballot papers in the region is 9,544. I also give notice that I've prepared a statement setting out the details as required by the European Parliamentary election rules, but I hereby declare the following candidates have been duly elected for the South West region. Anne Noreen Widdecombe, the Brexit Party. Caroline Jane Voden, Liberal Democrats. James Alexander Glancy, the Brexit Party. Molly Scott Cato, Green Party. Christina Sheila Jordan, the Brexit Party. And Martin Charles Horwood, Liberal Democrats. I'd now like to ask the first name from each of the parties if they'd like to do a short speech to the assembled throng.
So there we have our latest regional result from the southwest of England, and Anne Widdecombe, the former Conservative MP for Maidstone, now the new MEP, one of them anyway, for the southwest, and on behalf of the Brexit Party. Let's have a listen to what she's saying.
The agent and the party workers of the Brexit Party. Tonight reaffirms the vote of 2016 because there was only one reason for voting for the Brexit Party, and that was if you wanted a Brexit. And therefore we will go forward determined that that is what we are going to achieve. And when we go to Brussels, we will say that because of our showing in these elections and the fact that we so clearly speak for the people, that we want a role in the negotiations, and that is what we will be asking for. But I just thank all the voters who voted for us, who said to the politicians at Westminster, we meant what we said.
Anne Widdecombe reaffirming the message that Richard Tice was giving us earlier, which is that they want to share in the negotiations if they pick up again after the failure of the Theresa May package so far. So the Brexit Party on 3 seats in the southwest, the Lib Dems on 2, a very strong performance by the Lib Dems again, the Greens on 1, another strong performance, the Conservatives having lost their 2 seats, Labour having lost a seat, and the UKIP presence of 2, that's gone. That's the pattern that we've seen throughout the night. All those UKIP votes from last time seemingly switching over to the Brexit Party, and the Brexit Party also seeming to add some votes from other parties as well. Let's look at the East Midlands result as well before I ask my new panel to comment on what's going on. And if we look at the East Midlands result, there we have the Brexit Party, which is on 452,321 votes. 5 MEPs, 5 seats in the East Midlands, and there we have it. That's the region itself. Of course, a very important electoral region for Westminster if there's an election later this year. And we see the Brexit Party again topping the poll in the East Midlands. The Lib Dems in second place, Labour quite a way behind in third place, and the Tories even further behind in fourth place, with the Greens pretty close to them, actually. They were nearly beaten into fifth place, the Conservatives, by the Greens in the East Midlands. And if we look at the names of those elected, because we spoke to the person at the top of the poll a short while ago before the result was announced, Annunciata Rees-Mogg, sister of Jacob, Tory MP, the lead Brexit MEP on this list, with Jonathan Bullock, her party colleague, and Matthew Patten joining them. And that's 3 Brexit MEPs. William Newton-Dunn, the Lib Dem, that's Bill Newton-Dunn, the veteran Lib Dem politician, former Conservative, and then Rory Palmer for Labour. So looking at the tally for the East Midlands, what do we have? 3 Brexit Party seats, 1 Lib Dem, 1 Labour, and then the Tories losing their presence there too. And the share of the vote, which tells us something as well about what's going on, 17% of the Lib Dems, Labour on 14%, the Tories on 11%. And the change from last time, the Lib Dems 12 percentage points up, and Labour 11 percentage points down, the Tories 15 percentage points down, and the Greens up 5. So that gives you the picture. And I think, Laura, that we have 2 sets of results there that really reinforce the kind of drama of what we're seeing this evening.
Both these sets of results, the South West and the East Midlands, reinforce the same thing, that the Labour Party and the Tory Party are in big trouble when it comes to Brexit. Neither of them have managed to secure a single MEP in those two regions. Both of those two regions and millions of voters, therefore, will be represented by people other than the two main Westminster parties in the European Parliament. Now, European elections are not a direct read across to what might happen in a general election in future. Nonetheless, we are seeing tonight profoundly a real rejection of the two main dominant Westminster parties and how they've handled Brexit. And the idea that a party can look at trying to come up with something that might work, that yes, OK, we're going to leave, but we're going to do it this way and try to compromise. Clarity is what's winning. I know I've said it before, but clarity and a clear message is what is coming out on top, whether that's the Brexit Party or the Liberal Democrats.
In a moment, I'll be talking to the Plaid Cymru leader, Adam Price, but first I want to introduce my guests. Welcome to the three of you.
Thank you. Hello.
This late hour, Mark Francois for the Conservatives and Stephen Kinnock for Labour and Joe Swinson for the Lib Dems. It's good to have you with us.
Thank you.
OK, Mark, where are we?
Well, what do we know? On your local election programme, the morning after the locals, I predicted that the locals would be like the bit before a tsunami where the sea goes out, and then on the European elections, as it were, the wave would come crashing in. And that's what's happened. This is a political tsunami. The Brexit Party have absolutely romped it. There's no other way of describing it. The Conservatives, we knew that we were going to have a bad night. I think we'd steeled ourselves for that. I'm very pleased to see my old friend Geoffrey Van Orden back in the east of England. But look, let's be honest, you know, the effluent product has well and truly impacted with the rotary air conditioning in our case.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've had a bad night. Labour have had a bad night. I concede from their point of view the Libs have had quite a good night. Change UK have been annihilated. Poor old Heidi Allen reminded me, this will only appeal to all the viewers, but Monty Python had an election night sketch once, and there was a slightly silly party, and their candidate Kevin Phillips Bong tries to pretend they've had a great night even when he's got no votes. And bless her, Heidi kind of reminded me of Kevin Phillips Bong. So overall,
thank you for that.
Well, there we are.
Yeah.
But
no history at all between Heidi Allen, of course, a defecting Conservative MP.
Well, look, Change UK are going to disintegrate and they're all going to go and join the Liberals, and we all know it. So that's the end of Change UK. Yeah. But the bottom line story tonight is that the British voting public have taken their revenge on the British establishment. They know that the British establishment tried to prevent us leaving, despite the result of the referendum. And to put it bluntly, tonight the British voting public have lent the British establishment across the table and given them an experience the like of which they'll never forget.
And that experience for Labour, Stephen, is what?
Well, it's a very bad, disappointing night for Labour. No big surprises in there, really. I think one thing that we have been clear on, and I know we've been accused of not being clear in our position, but we've been very clear that we are opposed to leaving the European Union without a deal. And I'm afraid that we've ended up in a situation where a kind of unholy alliance of second referendum campaigners and no dealers have conspired to push the country to the edge of no deal. Because when you have a polarised debate and you have these two groups fighting each other to a standstill, you end up crashing out of the EU on the 31st of October without a deal. And let's just remember that, whatever the electoral calculus, what a disaster that would be for our country. So I've, for many years, been saying we should leave the EU, but with a deal that keeps a close relationship with the single market, with a form of customs arrangement. And I think that reflects the 52-48 mandate to move house but stay in the same neighbourhood. We unfortunately are now in this deeply divided and polarised situation where compromise has become a dirty word. And that is a very dangerous place to be for our democracy.
Not so long ago, Emily Thornberry was sitting there and was basically saying, you know, we've just got this wrong in terms of the policy needs to be looked at. There's no clarity around what we're saying, and that the party needs to stop and look again at its attitude to a second vote and all the rest of it. Did it surprise you that she said that?
It didn't surprise me. I think Emily's certainly been tacking in that direction for some time.
One way of putting it.
I think that we should have stuck to our guns, and stuck to our guns as the party of a sensible, pragmatic, bridge-building form of Brexit, one that can that recognises the very legitimate grievances. Many of the people that voted, of the 17.4 million people, why they voted the way that they did, recognises, though, the need to protect the jobs and livelihoods and environmental standards, and that is perfectly doable, by remaining closely aligned with single market.
Are you not as divided as a party as the Conservatives appear to have been at times in this debate? Labour is Labour divided to an extent that it can't be repaired under this leader?
Well, I don't think you can compare the Tory psychodrama over Europe, which has gone on now for 30 years. Their self-indulgent, internecine warfare has absorbed so much time and energy and resources. Frankly, the Tory party should hang their heads in shame. And now we've seen another Conservative Prime Minister put to the sword by the issue of Europe. That just doesn't compare to where the Labour Party
but you're still divided,
for decades. But as things stand, we are divided because we've had a referendum which clashed with Labour's pro-European policy. But those of us who voted Remain, but have totally accepted that we need to leave, are looking for a way through this that can reunite our deeply divided country.
It's looking good for you so far, Joe.
Yeah, it's another good election night for the Liberal Democrats.
What does it say?
Well, our message at this election was very clear. Stop Brexit was the key platform that we stood on at this election, and indeed that we have had that clarity throughout. We have been a pro-European party for our party's entire history, and indeed predecessors. So for decades, that Liberal Democrat commitment to the European Union has been absolutely clear. People have voted for us. Of all the parties, we have gone up the most significantly. And I think that actually gives hope to everybody who does want to stay in the European Union, who thinks that our best future is as members of the European Union, because that is absolutely still possible the longer that Brexit goes on in the absolute shambles and mess that it is.
The Brexit Party won hands down, and their policy was to leave the European Union as soon as possible, if necessary, with no deal. Now, in fairness, the Liberal Democrat policy, Laura, it was very clear, it was to remain. And if you wanted to remain, you voted Liberal Democrat. If you really wanted to leave as soon as possible, you voted for the Brexit Party. For the Conservative Party, in as much as we had a campaign, it was, to back the withdrawal agreement. Well, that has been slaughtered. So the withdrawal agreement is now effectively as dead as a dodo. There's no way that's coming back into Parliament. That's gone. That's off the table. So, but what the British public have voted for, there's a clear winner in this election, and that is the party that said we should leave as soon as possible, if necessary, with no deal. And you can spin it any way you want. They romped it.
Yeah, they romped it as an individual party. There's no question about that. But if you start adding up what the Lib Dems and the Greens have done in quite a lot of these regions, the picture looks rather different, does it not?
Well, let me answer that. This is a European election. It's not a general election. It's a European election, and it's on European policy. I think you could probably argue, we might all agree on this, that people have voted more clearly on European policy in these European elections than perhaps they've ever done before, because there was so much more interest in the European issue. So I think that's a fair statement. And when they voted on the European issue, they voted very, very clearly for a party that says it wants to leave as soon as possible, even with no deal. There's absolutely no hesitation about who's won this. The Brexit Party, and I say this as a Conservative who voted Tory and will do all my life for the vote. The Brexit Party, let's be honest, have won this hands down, and they want to leave even with no deal.
Pause for a second. I'll come back for Joe to answer that. What I'd like to do is go down to Haverfordwest, because Adam Price, the leader of Plaid Cymru, has been waiting patiently there. Adam, thanks very much for joining us. I'm just going to put the Wales results up so that viewers can see them. And we see that the Brexit Party, were way out in front in Wales on 32%, but Plaid Cymru in second place on 20%, having increased by 4 percentage points on last time, and Labour significantly in Wales in third place, with the Lib Dems in fourth place. So, talk us through what that campaign did and what you achieved in this campaign in your view.
Well, I mean, two big stories of the night, Hugh, really. I mean, as Alistair was saying just a few moments ago, Wales, that did vote Leave 3 years ago, is tonight now again a Remain nation. If you tally up the votes for the avowedly pro-Remain parties in Wales versus the pro-Brexit parties, then we won. And by the way, I'm not including Labour there, because which faced both ways, following the set of policy that we've just heard from Stephen Kinnock. And that leads us on to the second big story of the night, and the uniquely Welsh story, of course, which is a historic victory for us in overtaking Labour for the first time in our 94-year history. It was worth the wait, and for Labour, of course, I think you've got to go all the way back to 1906, probably, when Keir Hardie was first installed as Labour Party leader, for them coming third in an election in Wales. This, we often overuse these words, don't we, seismic, etc., but this is truly a historic occasion in Wales, and I think, yes, the European issue was right at the heart of this, but of course, once people break that habit that has been here for a century in Wales of Labour Party dominance, then that allows us as a party then to actually start to build the platform which hopefully will take me to victory as the First Minister in 2 years' time.
How do you explain, you mentioned Plaid Cymru's heritage and Labour's heritage in Wales, which we know about. How do you explain then that a party which has only just been formed, the Brexit Party, romps home with 32% of the vote in Wales?
Well, look, I mean, there is obviously a Leave support in Wales. The interesting thing, though, is to compare the actual result. What's happened is there's been a Remain surge in Wales. We've seen it in our own case, the Liberal Democrats, etc. So that's the story in terms of the tectonic plates shifting, particularly in terms of Plaid Cymru. What happened with us is that thousands and thousands, particularly of disaffected Labour voters, were completely exasperated at the vacuum of leadership that is the Labour Party, not just in the case of Jeremy Corbyn, but we have new leaders all round in political parties in Wales. And, Mark Drakeford, this was the first electoral test of the new Labour leader in Wales, and he has failed miserably because he did not provide the leadership that even his own supporters and members were rightly expecting in terms of this incredibly serious challenge that we're facing. Of course, Wales being ripped out of the heart of Europe and the heart being ripped out of our economy with it.
What does this result do in terms of the Brexit process then, Adam? I mean, people have voted Plaid Cymru as 20% of the share of the vote, and you've made your point on that. But what difference does that make now to the Brexit process?
Well, look, I mean, whatever happens, of course, over the next few weeks with another party that now has a leadership vacuum, we will be exactly where we have been, Hugh. Going round in circles, whistling in the wind until we recognise we've had a public vote here, Remain has won in Wales, but the public vote that we need to dislodge this parliamentary logjam is to have that people's vote. And that's the clear message that I'm seeing here in Wales. I'm seeing it in the results that I've seen across the whole of the UK. The only way that we can resolve this matter once and for all is to have a final say referendum. And unless we accept that, right, trust in democracy is going to collapse. We have to take it back to the people. It's people's livelihoods that are at stake here. And what you've seen is a galvanization of the Remain vote, particularly amongst young people. Of course, it's their future that's on the line more than anyone else. Let's take it back to those people and finally get a mandate which takes us forward to the future. Otherwise, we'll be having these kind of conversations for weeks, months, years ahead, and we can't afford that in our democracy.
Adam Price, thanks very much again for talking to us, the leader of Plaid Cymru there in Haverfordwest, and quite a bit of reaction on the panel while Adam was speaking to us, but I'll come back to the panel in a second because I'm going to ask them to just pause for a moment. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and let's have a look where we are in terms of the share of the vote. So far, and we've got quite a few results in now, the Brexit Party on 32%, the Lib Dems on 20%, Labour on 14% and the Greens on 12%. And Conservatives on 9% of the vote as we speak, Change UK on 3% and UKIP on 3%. That's where we are. So we'll be back in a moment for the latest of the results as they come in. But I want to join Annabelle now for the news.
Thank you, Hugh. Good morning. The Brexit Party is emerging as the big winner in the European elections as the results come in. It's also been a successful night for the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, but both Labour and the Conservatives have done badly. More than half the results have now been announced. Well, here's our political correspondent, Nick Eardley, with a roundup so far. And just a warning, his report does contain some flashing images.
A vote that wasn't supposed to take place for a parliament we're supposed to be out of already. This isn't a normal election. And it looks like that'll be reflected in the results. For the two parties that dominate British politics, it's been a tough night so far. The Conservatives are facing a kicking, having failed to deliver the Brexit they promised. Early projections suggest their vote could be as low as 10%. They could finish 5th. Labour too are having a challenging night. Early results suggest they could finish 3rd. The big winners so far are the parties with clear, unambiguous Brexit policies. The Brexit Party didn't exist a few weeks ago, but Nigel Farage's movement looks on course to finish first.
The intelligence I get is that the Brexit Party is doing pretty well. The Lib Dems clearly on the Remain side are doing reasonably well, but it looks like there's going to be quite a big win for the Brexit Party. Yeah.
The Liberal Democrats too are faring well. They came first in London. Results at this stage suggest they could finish 2nd UK-wide, a huge comeback given that they won just 1 seat last time around.
Every vote for the Liberal Democrats is a vote to stop Brexit.
In Scotland, the SNP are miles ahead on almost 40%. The party could take 3 of the 6 seats there. In Wales, the Brexit Party topped the poll. Plaid Cymru came 2nd. Labour, a party who have dominated Welsh politics for a century, finished 3rd. More results will pour in over the next few hours, but so far it looks like a big night for parties who have taken a firm stand on Brexit, and a bad night for the others. Nick Early, BBC News.
Well, counting is also underway across Europe, where voting took place today. Exit polls are showing a doubling of support for the Green Party in countries like Germany, where the party has jumped into 2nd place behind Chancellor Angela Merkel's Conservatives. Ireland, Finland and France are also predicting strong results for the Greens. In France, the far-right National Rally Party has topped the European election vote against President Emmanuel Macron's ruling party. Leader Marine Le Pen called the result a victory for the people and called on President Macron to dissolve the French Parliament, something he's already dismissed. And more EU citizens voted in these European elections than in any other in the past 20 years. But the same can't be said in the UK. The European Parliament said the Europe-wide turnout was around 51%. That's 8% higher than in 2014, and the first significant increase in turnout since elections began in 1979. But British turnout is predicted to be lower than the average at about 37%. Well, that's it from me for now. I'll be back with an update in around an hour's time. Now it's back to Hugh with EU Election 19.
Welcome back to the BBC's election studio. Now, we were talking to Adam Price, the leader of Plaid Cymru, before the break. And a short while ago, we were looking at the position in Scotland and just drawing up a comparison with that to see what was going on. Let's have a look at the Scotland projection so far, because this will tell us something about the state of play there, especially with the SNP and the newly constituted Brexit Party. So we have the SNP on 38% on this projection in Scotland, and we have the Brexit Party on 15%, the Lib Dems on 14%, hot on their heels, the Tories back on 12%, and Labour on 9%. That's the projection currently. Let's have a look at the seat projection, because, again, the SNP, we think, on this projection, gaining a seat and going up to 3, Brexit Party on 1, the Lib Dems on 1, Labour losing its 2 seats in Scotland is this projection, and UKIP losing a seat. So with that in mind, our Scotland editor, Sarah Smith, joins us now. And Sarah, what's your assessment of where things are right now?
Well, the big story in Scotland clearly is the success of the SNP taking their vote to, we think, around 38%. We haven't got all of the results in yet, but that's a significant increase on what they had 5 years ago and could mean, as you say, that they go up from having 2 seats to 3 seats. They campaigned on a very clear anti-Brexit message saying, vote SNP if you want to stop Brexit. And they specifically appeal to people who are not natural SNP supporters, who don't necessarily support Scottish independence, to say, lend us your vote to send a Remain message. And it appears that that may have happened. Now, the Brexit Party look like they have come second here with 15% of the vote. People talk about Scotland being a Remain country because it voted by a majority to remain in the EU, but it's not unanimously a Remain country, and we can see that from the Brexit Party coming second. The Lib Dems have done really very well, gaining a seat, almost doubling their vote from 5 years ago. The Labour Party are the ones who have suffered very badly in this election, losing probably, we think, both of the seats that they held in Scotland for the European Parliament. They've lost about 17% of their vote. Now, that may be, as I say, people who have voted Labour in the past lending their votes to the SNP to send that Remain message. But the Lib Dems are up significantly as well. Maybe some Labour voters who wanted to send a clearer message about their thoughts on the EU lent their vote to the Liberal Democrats. But what's pretty clear here is that the SNP are the ones who will be celebrating tonight if they really have taken half of all the seats in Scotland.
With that in mind, Sarah, what can we say about the kind of momentum behind the calls for another referendum on independence? Because, you know, will the SNP be able to use this sign of strength as some kind of case for Nicola Sturgeon to press on with that with even more force?
Well, it will certainly give them a boost in morale and in momentum. And of course, momentum is everything in politics. When you are seen to be on the up, then people are listening to your arguments. You have an audience and people are receptive to what you want to say. And as you say, Nicola Sturgeon argues not only for a second referendum on Brexit, but also a second referendum on Scottish independence. Now, given that they went into this election clearly saying this is about the EU, it's not about independence, so you can vote for us even if you're not a natural independent supporter, it's a little bit difficult to turn that into an argument that says, look, Scotland wants to have a vote on independence. But what they can say is, look at these results and look how different they are from the way the rest of the UK voted. That shows that Scotland is politically a different country, and they'll use that to help bolster their arguments as to why Scotland should have the choice as to whether it wants to be an independent country.
Sarah, thanks very much for now, and we'll be back with you later on. Sarah Smith, our Scotland editor. Before we bring the panel back in, and Laura's with me, of course, as well, let's just ask Rita for some comparisons here between, you know, different local authorities, because the counting is happening in local authorities within these regions. Those that were strongly Leave and those that were strongly Remain. And what have you found in there?
Some stark differences which won't surprise you, Hugh, but the detail is very interesting. So we are characterising a strong Leave council as being a council where 60% or more voted to leave the European Union, and a strongly Remain council is where 60% or more voted to remain. And you can see here in the strong Leave councils, the Brexit Party way ahead of everybody else on 45% of share of the vote. And the Conservatives are in joint fourth place with the Green Party on just 9% of the share. In the strongly Remain councils, you'll see it's the Liberal Democrats who have gained the title of the Party of Remain, if you like, in those councils on 24%, a clear lead over the other parties. And Labour is in second place, but only just ahead of the Green Party. So really stark differences there. You can see that reflected in the map of the United Kingdom as it stands at the moment. So we've got lots of results in, and you can see there a great deal of turquoise representing the Brexit Party, a lot of yellow in Scotland for the SNP, quite a few splodges of orange for Liberal Democrats. Now, I've got a couple of startling facts here. You can see a little bit of red on the map. That means that Labour has come top of the poll in those areas, but it is only in 7 local authorities in the entire country that Labour has come top of the poll. And if you look carefully, you won't see any Conservative blue, and that's because the Conservatives have failed to come top of the poll in any single local authority in the United Kingdom.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rita. Laura, thoughts on that?
Astonishing for both of our main parties when you hear it so starkly laid out, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, in the abstract, that is an astonishing thing. And on this set of results, it suggests, on this European election, that Brexit is basically breaking the hold of the two most established parties.
And there we have the heart of this political storm.
Yeah.
There you have Nigel Farage in Southampton in the South East region.
And it's important to remember the last time these seats were fought in 2014, UKIP was top of the poll then. So in European elections, it is not unprecedented for a small outsider party to swoop in. And of course, the Brexit Party have built on that inheritance from UKIP, but so far they are outperforming UKIP.
Let's just join this.
And I'd like to start, first of all, by thanking the 67 local returning officers and their administrators and all the staff who have worked tirelessly on these elections, which have been... Thank you. Thank you very much. That will be very much appreciated, because many have also been running local elections prior to this, and obviously we had to run them at very short notice. So thank you for that. That was really appreciated. I now have the results. I, Mark Heath, being the Regional Returning Officer for the South East region of England at the European Parliamentary elections held on the 23rd of May 2019, hereby give notice and declare that the number of votes recorded for each party or independent candidate is as follows. Change UK, the independent group, 105,832. Conservative and Unionist Party, 260,277. Green Party, 343,249. Labour Party, 184,678. Liberal Democrats, 653,743. The Brexit Party, 915,686. The Socialist Party of Great Britain, 3,505. UK European Party, 7,645. UK Independence Party, 56,487. Jason Guy Spencer McMahon, 3,650. David Victor Round, 2,606. Michael Jeffrey Turbeville, 1,587. And I therefore declare, and once I've declared them, I would invite them to join me on the stage, please. The following candidates have been duly elected for the South East region. The first seat allocated is to the Brexit Party, and the candidate awarded the seat is Nigel Paul Farage. The second seat allocated is to the Liberal Democrats, and the candidate awarded the seat is Catherine Zina Bearder. The third seat goes to the Brexit Party, and the candidate elected is Alexandra Leslie Phillips.
So a second seat to the Brexit Party. We'll stay with this list, Laura, because Nigel Farage may well say something, and we'll stay on that. But a very strong performance there, of course, for Brexit Party here. But Lib Dems again in a strong second place.
The fourth seat goes to the Lib Dems again in a strong second place, absolutely. And again, the Tories falling back appallingly. In that region, last time out, the Tories were in second place, only just in behind UKIP. This time, nowhere near it. Look, the Greens getting an MEP in this area. The Lib Dems second in behind Nigel Farage. In the coming weeks, it will be interesting to see what they do with this. So we've heard from Brexit Party representatives tonight. They now are going to try to demand some kind of role in negotiating the Brexit deal or how we leave the European Union. That seems very difficult to imagine how they might do that, but a very strong
negotiation is that?
Well, quite a negotiation to get us out as soon as possible without a deal. Surely they're not going to suggest somehow taking place in Westminster negotiations, but they are clearly going to seek some kind of role. And we know that Nigel Farage is extremely good at making his case to the public in a way that appeals to a certain kind of voter. And he's done that again.
A second Lib Dem seat going up there. And there are 10 MEPs. This is the biggest region in terms of seats, by the way, the southeast of England. So there are 10 MEPs being elected for the southeast region.
And last time round, the Conservatives had 3 seats.
Danielle Hannan is returned as the Conservative MEP, and he's been one of the prominent Brexit campaigners. And I think we're almost there, aren't we? Another Brexit Party member. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Another couple to go.
We need another page.
We'll need another page. It's a big region, okay? It's a big region.
The Liberal Democrats and
another Lib Dem seat.
Judith Bunting.
Wow, 3 for the Lib Dems. Very strong performance by them as well. And Jo Swinson will get a chance to say something, but she's nodding very happily while she's watching these results in the studio.
And the 10th and last seat for this region is allocated to the Labour Party. And the candidate awarded the seat is John Howarth.
Labour's John Howarth. And he's coming up, so Labour's John Howarth, who's been a previous MEP.
I will now invite the candidates in the order elected to make
So I think we'll now hear from Nigel Farage.
Farage, you were first. Thank you very much.
Mr. Returning Officer, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Never before in British politics has a new party launched just 6 weeks ago topped the polls in a national election. The reason, of course, is very obvious. We voted to leave in a referendum. We were supposed to do so on March the 29th, and we haven't. There's a huge message here, massive message here. The Labour and Conservative parties could learn a big lesson from tonight, though I don't suppose that they actually will. The new date is the 31st of October. We in the Brexit Party have got men and women of considerable business experience. We want to be part of that negotiating team. We want to take responsibility for what's happening, and we're ready to do so. I hope the government is listening. I have to say this, if we don't leave on October the 31st, then the scores you've seen for the Brexit Party today will be repeated in a general election, and we are getting ready for it. Thank you.
Well, there's a warning from Nigel Farage. I think it's fair to say that if that Brexit doesn't happen in October, when the latest deadline is set, there'll be a general election at which the Brexit Party will try to make its point. We may get a declaration from Manchester in a second, but Laura, quick thought on that.
Well, I just wonder if Mark Francois thinks that Nigel Farage is right. Because the problem in all of these strong messages that are coming through, clear messages, is that they don't help us move forward in terms of actually having a resolution to all of this. You know, if you have a very strong showing from a party that wants to take us out of the EU straight away, very strong showing from parties that want to stop Brexit altogether, as a country, that does not help us actually move forward with the resolution. So people have told us again tonight, leavers want to leave, remainers want to remain, yes, of course. And the attempt at actually trying to move forward in the middle has just not found any appeal with voters in a really profound way.
Well,
that's the issue.
Well, on that point, right, the withdrawal agreement tonight is clearly as dead as a dodo. It's gone, it's finished. So the default position is that we leave the European Union on Halloween. There are only really two things now that can prevent that. One is if there were to be an extension of Article 50, right. But that only happens if we request it. It can't be extended, as it were, against our will.
And if they agree to it.
Well, indeed, but I mean, if we don't ask, it doesn't matter what they do. Yeah. So you've got to assume that a pro-Brexit Tory Prime Minister, someone like Boris or Dom Raab or Steve Baker or someone else, would not do that. So then the only other way of preventing it would be an Act of Parliament. And that's extremely unlikely because, one, the so-called Cooper Bowles-Letwin bill that tried to do that only got through even then by one vote, twice, and that was before these results. And I think many MPs who blithely voted for Yvette Cooper before these elections, when they work out the result in their own seat, are not going to do that again in a hurry. So these elections materially increase the chance, which I'm delighted about, of leaving on the 31st of October, even if necessary with no deal, although what I and most of my ERG colleagues want actually is a free trade agreement rather than no deal. It's also got implications for the Conservative leadership contest. Now, that will go to our members. We knock it down to 2, and we've got about 140,000 members. It goes to a postal ballot. All the surveys by Conservative Home, which is our fanzine website, if you like, show very clearly that any Brexiteer candidate beats any Remain candidate that they're matched off against. All this does is it amplifies that, because the only way to fight a Brexit party is to deliver a true and genuine Brexit. So one of the results of the consequences of these results in terms of the Tory party leadership contest is that anybody who voted Remain in 2016, their campaign is now over before it's begun.
It turbocharges, basically, the case of a leading Brexiteer.
Absolutely.
Joe?
Well, I mean, what we see from this is the Liberal Democrats have gone up the most in these elections. If you take the UKIP party as the predecessor to the Brexit party.
No, this is different. This is different.
No, if you could perhaps let me speak, Mark. So you see this huge surge, and indeed you see the Greens going up. You see this huge surge in support across the country for people saying, no, enough is enough. This is an absolute mess, and what we need to do is put it back to the people so that they can decide. No, because you've had all these different potential competing visions of Brexit. The Brexiteers, you can't even agree amongst yourselves what it looks like.
But the fundamental...
We just had a European election and the Brexit party romped it.
Let Joe finish.
You can't even agree amongst yourselves, let alone what was said back in 2016. The suggestion that we go ahead with something that has such a profound consequence for generations to come without the confidence that that is what people want to happen. And I'm sorry, but on this result, the suggestion that people are suddenly up for a no-deal Brexit, I think is a very unsafe suggestion.
Well, the party were advocating that one hands down.
But with a third, just a little over a third of the vote. I mean, so the suggestion that we go on that path, it is very unsafe.
But there's a fundamental...
We need to put this back to the people. That is the only way to resolve it.
But there's a fundamental challenge that is... I mean, I am absolutely convinced that a no-deal Brexit is an economic catastrophe
for the
country.
I'm neither of the British people.
If you could just let me finish, Mark. I've got 4,000 steelworkers in my constituency who depend on frictionless trade with the European Union, and I am absolutely convinced that if we leave without a deal, those steelworks are in serious jeopardy. The big problem on the second referendum side is there's never been a pathway to getting there, because we had an opportunity, I think, if we'd voted for the withdrawal agreement bill, that at committee stage we could have actually had a set-piece debate and a vote on having a second referendum. But the people campaigning for a second referendum didn't want to get the withdrawal agreement bill through its second reading.
So it down three times.
We've got this situation where lots of people on the no-deal side have stood up and said what they want, but haven't thought about the implications economically. And people on the second referendum side have stood up and said what they want, but without setting out a pathway to get there. And if you have politics which is only about the what and not about the how, you are going to end up in a serious mess, and that is where we are now.
The House of Commons has voted on whether or not to have a second referendum 3 times in the last few months. We've debated it for hours. We voted on it 3 times, and every time we voted on it, we voted not to do it. So it's not as if this hasn't been...
You've seen building for that clearly between those votes, whereas the House of Commons has been very clear that no deal would be a catastrophe because it's the government's own papers that set out, yes, on the economy, but also on issues like security.
But Joe, here's the difference, right? The House of Commons has voted on certain propositions. We're elected by the people. The people voted today and they voted to leave. The party that advocated leaving, even with no deal, has won hands down.
Stop for a second, guys.
Smell the coffee,
Well, listen, let's smell the coffee in Manchester. We've got a declaration coming up.
Being the regional returning officer for the European parliamentary election in the North West electoral region, held on the 23rd of May 2019, hereby declare that the total number of valid votes as notified to me given to each registered party and individual candidates is as follows. Change UK, the independent group, 47,237. Conservative and Unionist Party, 131,002. English Democrats, 10,045. Green Party, 216,581. Labour Party, 380,193. Liberal Democrats, 297,507. The Brexit Party, 541,843. UK European Union Party, 7,125. UK Independence Party, 62,464. Aslam Mohammed, 2002. Robinson Tommy, 38,908. I therefore declare that the following candidates have been duly elected to the North West electoral region. Claire Regina Fox, the Brexit Party. Theresa Mary Griffin, Labour Party. Chris Davis, Liberal Democrats. Henrik Isa Overgaard Nielsen, the Brexit Party. Gina Dowding, the Green Party. Julie Carolyn Ward, the Labour Party. David Richard Bull, the Brexit Party. Jane Elizabeth Brophy, Liberal Democrats.
So there we have the result from the North West region of England, and this involves 8 MEPs. So let's have a look at the result there. And we have Brexit Party once again topping the poll and electing 3 MEPs for the Brexit Party. Labour on 2, having lost 1. The Lib Dems on 2, having gained 2. The Greens on 1, having gained 1. The Conservatives losing 2 seats to have no seats at all, and UKIP losing their 3 as well. Let's have a look at the share of the vote in the northwest of England, because, again, repeating the pattern we've seen elsewhere, the Brexit Party on over 30%. Labour in second place here on 22%. The Lib Dems on 17%. The Greens on 12%. The Conservatives way behind on 8%, with UKIP and Change UK behind them. And if we look at the share of the vote in terms of the change, we see 12 percentage points down for Labour, 13 percentage points down for the Conservatives, and UKIP, well, a big drop. But then, as we've seen throughout the night, a big transfer, it seems, of votes from UKIP last time to the Brexit Party this time. But the Brexit Party clearly also taking votes from the Conservatives and Labour too. So it's a mixed pattern, isn't it? I'll talk to my new guests on the panel in a second, and I'll introduce them properly, but nice to see you all. Thank you very much. What I'd like to do first is go straight to talk to the new Brexit Party MEP, Anne Widdecombe. Anne, very good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Congratulations on the result. What does the result tell us, do you think, about our national political picture?
Well, I think it's very straightforward. The people have once again voted to leave because there was only ever one reason for voting for the Brexit Party. We didn't cloud it with any other issues. We said, vote for us if you want a Brexit. And that is what the nation has done big time tonight. We've only been around for 6 weeks. And so I think what this does is send a very clear message to Westminster, again, that if they don't sort out leave, then, at the next general election, both the big parties are going to face carnage.
Well, of course, no one's going to deny, Anne, that the Brexit Party's done very well. But the Lib Dems have done exceptionally well, and the Greens have done exceptionally well. How do you explain that, then, if this vote is a vote to leave?
Wakey, wakey. I said the Brexit Party made it about one thing. There are numerous reasons for voting Green, not just because they stand for Remain. I mean, if you're worried about climate change, you're worried about the oceans, whatever it might be, you vote Green. The Lib Dems have already got a very solid following, and in the same sort of way that people tribally vote Conservative or vote Labour, they would vote for Lib Dems. They've got policies, they're very good locally. There are numerous reasons why people might vote for those two parties, but, and this is what nobody can deny, only one reason for voting for us, and we have topped the poll, whether you like it or not.
Well, I mean, of course, you have dropped to top the poll. But the Lib Dem message was clear in this. It was stop Brexit. You can't get any clearer than stop Brexit as a campaign theme, can you?
No, I'm not saying that that is not so. What I am saying is that there are also other reasons, and people have told me them, other reasons for voting for those parties. And indeed, when people talk to me about the Greens, they have usually talked about things other than Brexit. So I know there are mixed reasons. And that is why I think Nigel Farage was so right to say, and a lot of people criticised him for it, but he was so right to say, we're not going to cloud this issue by making policy pronouncements now about what we might do after a general election. We're going to focus on the question of the moment, and the nation has sent an answer.
And those voters looking at this now, Anne, and thinking, OK, the Brexit Party have done very well. What is now going to change in practical terms? What is this party going to do now that it's fought this campaign and it's got these MEPs elected? How is the Brexit process now going to change?
Well, first of all, I think this sends a message to Westminster which will almost certainly guarantee, I can't say certainly because you never know these days, but should certainly guarantee that the next Prime Minister is committed to delivering Brexit by the 31st of October. I think that is one very big achievement tonight. Our slogan was change politics for good. I think we've already pretty well changed politics over the next few months. So I think there's that. But also what we are saying is we believe, we don't expect to be listened to, but we believe that we now have the moral authority to be involved in the negotiations because we are going to be the biggest party in the UK delegation at the European Parliament.
But, so just to be clear, which negotiations are those?
Getting out of the EU. From which, by the way, we should already be out. We shouldn't even be having these elections, Hugh. These elections are a clear demonstration of the farce that has enveloped Westminster.
But, Anne, there are no negotiations. The negotiations have been done. Theresa May spent years on them, and there was a withdrawal agreement. So which negotiations are you talking about?
I am talking very straightforwardly that we should have a say in what Brexit looks like. That is what I am talking about. And I believe we would. And it's pointless to say that the EU can just sit there and refuse to talk to Britain, because the EU has as much interest as we have in getting this sorted. They have believed until now, and with good reason, I may add, that they could just do what they liked with us and that we would comply. Well, the British people, unlike its politicians, have given them a different answer.
Yeah, of course. I'm just making the point that the negotiations formally have terminated. We're heading towards the deadline of the 31st of October. There are no other negotiations planned. So I'm just puzzled as to where the Brexit Party intervenes in this process. How does that happen?
Oh, that's fascinating. Nothing else is planned. So whoever becomes Prime Minister is going to do absolutely nothing between now and October the 31st. Is that what we're saying? That is a nonsense. And you know it is a nonsense.
So you think the negotiations are going to be reopened?
I think we can put pressure on the EU, but actually I'm not interested in their further concessions. I want a clean Brexit, and that is where we've got to put our pressure.
Anne Widdecombe, good to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, with us, Tobias Ellwood for the Conservatives, and John Ashworth for Labour, and Sean Berry for the Green Party. You're very brave turning up and getting into the lion's den. And Anne Widdecombe was pretty feisty there, I thought, giving us some answers. What did you make of it, Tobias?
Well, she didn't give us all the answers. I mean, firstly, can I say thank you to all those people who did vote Conservative. It's important to say that. But can I also say I understand why so many people didn't, why they stayed at home. Many people didn't think this was going to be an election that we're going to have. Some people used it as a protest vote one way or another to support a very binary position that they have on the referendum.
Did you expect to do so badly?
Yes, we did, because, as I say, the backdrop to this is it doesn't matter that the growth of this economy is doing well, that employment is high, that we're the most greenest country in the G20. All that is completely subsumed, overshadowed by the one issue of Brexit, which we have failed to deliver to the British people. So there's a trust issue that we recognise, and that's why it's reflected not just on Thursday, which we're seeing today, but also in the local elections a couple of weeks ago. So we have a massive challenge ahead of us to regroup, to re-energise, to focus. And that's why I hope this leadership contest that we're now having does actually provide that answer.
I'll come to John in a second, but that leadership contest should result in a leader who is where is that leader strategically on Brexit, in your view? Where should that leader be?
Well, that leader needs to look to unite the country, look to not just speak to the base of my party, but actually to increase the base of my party, to look beyond it, to actually speak for the nation, to try and unite a nation. Even the numbers that are coming out today are more or less divided actually into thirds. You've got those Remain, who supported Remain parties, you've got those who use Brexit to vote for Brexit, and then those in the middle that were trying to support a party that did try and provide an answer to Brexit itself. But I stress the point, and I understand why there's an appeal of Brexit. It's really straightforward, their message. Get out of Europe. But when you probed Anne Widdecombe just there, you did not get an answer as to what her Brexit actually looks like. And that goes back to the referendum itself. We all still, even today, have so many different views as to what our view of getting out or even remaining in Europe looks like.
When you talk about a leader who can unite, does a leader who is openly proposing or considering a no-deal Brexit, is that leader likely to unite or not?
Well, one of the, I think the shortfalls that we made in the first batch of negotiations was to set red lines, to set circumstances that we'd refuse to budge from before we'd even got to Brussels. So I've been critical already. I've been outspoken to say, please, let's not do that in this leadership contest. We mustn't, limit ourselves as to what we can do in further negotiations. And the call for no deal is clearly an appeal to the base.
Okay.
And I hope that this election isn't, the leadership election is actually about who's the best for the country, not just party membership.
I will ask you the same question, John. Did you expect to do so badly?
Oh, gosh. I mean, where to start? I mean, it's a very disappointing result, isn't it, for the Labour Party? And I'm so sorry for very good Labour colleagues who've lost their seats tonight, like Claire Moody in the South West. There's others in other parts of the country. It's hugely disappointing. Look, I mean, we're going to have to really reflect on these results and understand what has happened. The first thing that strikes me is that all those people who voted leave in the Brexit, the original referendum, still want us to leave and are very angry we haven't left. But there's also a huge number of people who are very angry, who voted Remain, who are very angry and want another referendum. Yeah. Now, we as a party tried, having been a party that campaigned for Remain in the referendum, we tried to engage the 52% who voted leave. We tried to put forward a proposal which brought both sides together. But clearly this election has become a kind of mini referendum, a kind of binary choice. And Remain voters have clearly gone to the Lib Dems and the Greens. Yeah. And the people who want Brexit have clearly gone to the Brexit party.
Because your message is not clear.
Well, I think our message is clear. We were putting forward a compromise. But in this type of election, people didn't want to compromise. They wanted to sort of rerun the referendum. But of course, we've got to understand that. We've got to reflect upon that. We've got to discuss that in our party, amongst our members and at the shadow cabinet level. I'm not remotely complacent. I think it's very serious when you're losing huge numbers of votes to the Lib Dems in Islington, but equally we're losing in Bolsover. Yeah. Yeah. And how does a Labour Party, which aspires to govern for the country, keep both sides of that coalition together? So we've really got to reflect on that and do some pretty heavy thinking.
I think I'm fair in summarising Emily Thornberry's message earlier when she was basically saying, look, this is the moment where we have to just take stock and realise that the policy position we've been putting forward isn't working. Now, you don't seem to be going that far. What are you saying? That you should take a look at the policy again? That you should look more seriously at the possibility of a second referendum? Or what are you suggesting?
Well, I mean, we have supported a second referendum, but on the occasions,
it's very qualified, isn't it?
But the occasions when we've been given an opportunity to vote for a second referendum in Parliament, we've voted for it. It didn't go through because Tory MPs didn't vote for it. If Tory MPs had voted for it and there was indicative vote...
Should it be a more formal Labour proposal?
But we do have a formal Labour proposal. That is that we were putting forward a compromise solution to try and bring both sides together. And if we couldn't get that compromise solution in order to block a damaging no deal, they would go for a referendum. It now looks like, by the way, we're going to get Boris Johnson as the Tory leader, the Tory Prime Minister, who on the back of these results will probably go for a no deal. And we've got to work across Parliament. If you don't support that, you've got to work with us to try and block that. And perhaps blocking that, the way to block that, it is a referendum.
Jean, we've mentioned several times this evening, before you came on, the fact that you put in a very strong performance in several areas. So before you comment on it, I'm going to ask Rita to tell us about your performance, okay, and to see some figures, okay, and then we'll ask you, Jean, to comment on that. Thanks, Rita.
Okay. I'm under no pressure, Sean. You probably know all this already, but not everybody does. So, yes, the Greens are having a very good night, really. Their share of the vote has gone up from around 8% last time these seats were fought to around 12% now. They've gone from having 3 MEPs to 7 MEPs. And look, they've come top in 2 council areas. A really strong result from them in Bristol. Look at this, the Greens on 35% there, way ahead of the Liberal Democrats on 23%. And this was a Labour voting area 5 years ago. But the Greens overtaking them really with a very, very strong performance. Interesting that turnout here is 44%, so that's up by 8% in Bristol. Bristol was a very strongly Remain voting area, and there's been quite a lot of comment as to whether or not turnout has been higher in Remain voting areas than in Leave ones. We'll have to crunch the numbers on that shortly. Let me take you to the other big Green success, which is Brighton and Hove. Now, this is an area where the Greens are traditionally strong, and they've put in a strong performance again. 36% of the share of the vote, well ahead of the Liberal Democrats. So they'll be very happy with those 2 results. And I just want to go back to that page in order to again reflect on the fact that the Greens have come top in 2 local authority areas here. That is 2 councils more than the Conservatives, who have failed to come top in any single local authority area in the country.
Well, that's fascinating. And I'm just going to, with that in mind then, Sean, OK, I'm just going to also go back to something Anne Widdecombe said earlier, where she was saying, look, a vote for the Greens is not just about Brexit, it's about lots of other things, which I think is a fair point. People do.
I think that's true. I mean,
so people using the Green vote, if I can put it that way, to say this is an anti-Brexit vote, are they right or wrong?
Absolutely, it was the clearest anti-Brexit vote you could send, you could make. But also, I mean, we were. I'm funny that I have to say this because normally we get accused of being a single issue party, but compared with other parties, we were not standing on a single issue. We were also standing for bold action on climate change, plus dealing with the causes of Brexit. And that's the thing that I think the parties here, who've done extremely badly by being unclear on where they're going to go next with Brexit, and have done very, very badly, compared to the parties who are very clear about where they stood on Brexit. I think that's where they have really messed up, which is not dealing in those 3 years with the causes of Brexit, not going back and listening to those places that were crying out for a voice and saw Brexit as the way to express their views, their opinions about being ignored. So these parties really do need to take stock. They need to go back and talk to people in those areas and listen to them. And that's what Greens have been doing. That's why we did so well in the local elections. And it's also why we did particularly well in these elections too. So it isn't just about Brexit. But can I say, on the question of who did best in terms of Brexit versus Remain, I hope you're adding up the overall percentages of the vote for the Brexit Party, which I've got down as 32% so far. Then you've got the Liberal Democrats on 20% so far, right. Us on 12% so far. Right. So that's already level with the Brexit Party. Yeah. Then you've got Change UK, who managed about 3% there. So that is the combined votes of the very, very clearly Remain parties. Ahead of the Brexit Party there.
The point has been made a few times.
Now, this is not a victory for Nigel Farage's party. And I think you saw from what Anne Widdecombe said just then, they intend to do nothing now apart from complain that we haven't left with no deal, which was basically their only policy. So I think we are in a position now where we have to be looking at all of the parties who are not standing for nothing at all other than leaving with no deal, to come together and put forward something that helps to deal with the causes of Brexit, that
to
puts
come together in a way that they've singularly
that agrees on
so
some kind of deal to put to the people, and then puts that deal to the people. It's the only thing we can see that can take us forwards now, when everybody's rejected the establishment parties so badly, but are crying out for something new, and they've seen that in the Green Party.
You've led very neatly to our projection. OK, which you'd be very pleased about. So let's have a look at the projection, and I'll bring in John Curtis in a second, because this is the set of figures that Sean was partly referring to there. So if we look at this projection, because not all the results are in, but lots of them, most of them are, the Brexit Party is currently on 32% according to our projection. And as Nigel Farage was saying, we won the election, but that's because they're at the top of the poll. However, you can look at these results in different ways, and John Curtis will help us to do that. The Lib Dems on 20% on the current projection, a surge in support for them. Labour on 14, the Greens on 12, as Sean was saying, and the Conservatives way back on 9. The SNP have done a very strong showing. They're on 4%. That's the Great Britain projection for 4%. But in Scotland itself, it's 38%. So that's, that 4% figure is slightly misleading on there. Change UK on 3%. UKIP on 3%. Other parties on 2%. And Plaid Cymru on 1%, though in Wales that is 20%. Or thereabouts. So it's 1% on the GB projection. Yes? Sian is smiling. She's smiling that I've gone through all those figures, okay? Yeah. But I have gone through them just to make the point that, of course, you can add them up in different ways. And John, if people are looking at this and thinking, OK, Professor Curtis, tell me, is the result of this election pro or anti-Brexit? What would you say?
I'd say to them it's probably best read as approximating to a draw. I draw that conclusion by taking into account two pieces of evidence. The first is the party's avowed stance, but secondly also the evidence of the opinion polls as to which were the parties that were overwhelmingly drawing their support from either the well of Leavers or else the well of Remainers. Now, two parties, both in favour of leaving without a deal, overwhelmingly, almost entirely supported by Leave voters, the Brexit Party and UKIP. Total vote, 35%. There are then three parties, the Liberal Democrats, the Greens and Change UK, which again are in favour of a second referendum and who, according to the polls, their support again overwhelmingly came from Remain voters. I'm leaving out the Nationalists, by the way, particularly in Scotland, because they were one of the very few parties that were A, successful, and B, according to the polls, were getting quite a lot of Leave voters as well as Remain voters. So let's just stick to the three parties that are A, pro-second referendum, but B, were overwhelmingly being backed by Remain voters, according to the polls. Tally, 35%. So I think the honest truth is that what this election has done two things. One is to demonstrate just how polarised the public are on this issue, that indeed most Leave voters at the end of the day would prefer to leave without a deal rather than not leaving at all, but most Remain voters are very attracted by the idea of a second referendum. And as John Ashworth has just admitted, the attempts to come up with a compromise, at least so far as the public are concerned, have proved unconvincing and have in the end acquired very little enthusiasm in what in effect has become a de facto second referendum. But to that extent at least, however, also a reminder that actually the opinion polls have been telling us for a long time that support for Remain and support for Leave is still very close to each other. And again, there's nothing in this election to guarantee what the outcome of a second referendum would be. We are a polarised country and we are an evenly divided country. And that's one of the reasons why this Brexit impasse is going to be very, very difficult to resolve. And I think as of the early hours of this morning, finding a pathway that is at the end of the day going to bring the country together. Well, shall we say, if the Conservative Party can find a Prime Minister who can fulfil that role, then they're probably going to have to be Churchillian, or maybe I should say even Thatcherian or whatever, or Blairite in their standing. They're going to have to be a very, very good Prime Minister to be somebody who can bring this country together over something which is now very, very clearly divided it.
But bring the country together, as you say, John, but, it needs a policy which can reach out in different ways to different people, and that seems to be supremely elusive.
It is indeed. I mean, we can then, at this time of the morning, we can speculate. I mean, clearly, it's difficult to see how you can turn leaving without a deal into a compromise position. Leaving with a deal perhaps could be turned into a compromise position, so long as the deal was sufficiently attractive to Remain voters, but certainly Mrs May's deal was not only attractive to Leave voters, it's also unattractive to Remain voters. The idea of a second referendum perhaps could be turned into something less divisive if indeed much more effort were expended than certainly has been so far in trying to persuade Leave voters, look, you face a House of Commons that isn't willing to back leaving without a deal, and therefore, as a result, leaving itself is being rather stymied. Let's therefore put it back to the people, so the people can indeed demonstrate, if this is their view, that actually they do wish to leave the European Union on either leaving without a deal or on some terms and conditions yet to be specified. The trouble is, however, is that most of the campaigning for a second referendum, and certainly all the parties who are saying they're in favour of a second referendum, are all ones that are in favour of remaining inside the European Union. So therefore, at the moment at least, this is not a process that could be presented as a neutral way out of the Brexit impasse. And maybe it is now too late for it to be resold as a way out. And therefore, one has to say how our politicians get out of this mess, well, it's not very obvious at all.
John, many thanks once again for the projection there. John Curtis there. Quick comment, Laura.
It's a very cracked crystal ball, but in terms of the here and now, we shouldn't forget how appalling this night is for the Tories, for the governing party. This is their worst performance as a party since going back to 1832. And in the council areas that have counted so far, 311, the Tories have not come top in a single one of those areas. So if this was a first past the post election, they wouldn't have taken a single seat. For a governing party to be performing like that, it's really dreadful for them.
Well, on that note, let's go to Southampton and bring in Daniel Hannan, who's there for us, the newly elected Conservative MEP there. Daniel, thanks very much for joining us. Good morning. What's your take on your own party's performance?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the last thing I want to do is to argue with the wonderful Laura, who is of course brilliant, but I think we've done a lot worse than we did in 1832. I think in terms of national vote share, we even if you count the 350-year Tory prelude rather than just the 185 years of the Conservative Party, I think this is our worst ever result. And actually, look, but you don't need to be a psephologist to understand why. You don't need all of those clever experts and gizmos you've got in the studio. We voted to leave, and we haven't left. I mean, it's that simple. And as long as that remains the case, a chunk of the electorate is going to be polarised on this issue and is going to vote for effectively the single-issue pro- and anti-Brexit parties.
Do you think that it's possible to reunite the country, as John Curtis was saying, the next Prime Minister, whoever it is, if there's an election later this year? But, do you think that possibility of reunification is there?
A possibility and an imperative. I mean, for heaven's sake, we have got to stop this awful culture war that we've had for 3 years now. People calling each other the most appalling names, insulting each other, treating fellow countrymen as though they were enemies, because we're still stuck in the arguments of 2016. In fact, except it's worse, because the actual 2016 campaign, which I was very involved with, I thought was fought in a much more friendly way. When we were running Leave street stalls and we ran into the Stronger In guys in their blue T-shirts, we'd pose for selfies together, we'd wish each other luck. The nastiness has come since that result came in, and the longer this is drawn out, the worse it gets. So we need, yes, to make Brexit happen, but we need to do it in a way that carries the majority of the 48% with us. It may go too far for some, not far enough for others, but there must be a way of finding a close and cordial relationship with our European allies, which nonetheless respects the referendum result and restores our legal sovereignty.
What does this result do in terms of the momentum of the Conservative leadership campaign? What's your reading of that?
Well, I think all the plausible leadership candidates are now saying we will leave without a deal if that is the only way of leaving. And paradoxically, that may be the best way of getting a deal, because I don't think the European Union ever really believed that Theresa May was prepared to walk away from the table. And of course, there were powerful voices in Westminster telling them, hang tough here, we might yet reverse the whole thing and get Britain to drop it. So the EU was never incentivized even to begin to engage realistically with us about a mutually beneficial outcome. I think we need different credible leadership in order to make that happen. But the one thing I don't think we're short of is talent. I think that there are plenty of able, clever, patriotic, energetic, potential Tory leaders out there.
And your choice is?
I only get a vote when the MPs have narrowed it down to 2. I'm just an ordinary party member, so I'll have a look and let you know then.
You don't have a choice now?
Like I say, we're pullulating with talent. I think there's really no shortage of people who can do this.
You teased, Daniel. Thank you very much for joining us. Daniel Hannan there in Southampton. What do you make of that, Tobias?
Well, firstly, 1832, I think it then took a military leader, Duke of Wellington, to then pull things back together for the Conservative Party. And I think not the party, but the nation is looking for greatness now, to actually give us that energy, that inspiration, that vision, that excitement, and remind us to be less risk averse, to move forward and unite us again. It's a massive challenge, and the numbers that have just been put forward by Lorna and yourself shows that actually the situation has not changed. Views have entrenched from the referendum itself. It seems to be a draw, and the Conservative Party rightly is being punished. And my worry, as Daniel was just sort of hinting there as well, it's easy to get into number 10 if you're a contender. You press the right buttons, you know, get your whistle out and sing, put out the right tune. You will get into number 10. The tougher job is staying there, is winning the next general election, is putting the nation first. And that's what we need to do. It will require compromise. I heard the courteous Marc Francois speak to you earlier before. You can't have entrenched positions such as that in my party if we want to continue thinking we're going to stay in number 10. We have to compromise. The damage that this is doing internationally. I was in Italy last week for the 75th anniversary of the Battle of Monte Cassino. And it was interesting getting the perspective of what Britain, how we're seen abroad. We're seen as a nation that participates, as we did then, on the 75th year, about to celebrate the D-Day landings. Right. We step forward as a nation when other nations hesitate. We're not doing that now. We are so boxed in to do with Brexit. And until we get a resolution, that compromise, we will then be prohibited on participating on that international stage as the world changes very fast indeed. And nobody is stepping forward because more and more nations are becoming more populist, more protectionist. As China is on the rise, so is India as well. Africa is changing rapidly. We have a reputation internationally. We've got our heads down in the sand, continue discussing Brexit. It's not good enough. And this leadership contest must be more than about this, but about where Britain goes on the international stage.
Do you detect an appetite for compromise, Sean? And indeed, you know, given what you've said about Brexit, and you've made a very coherent case for lots of people, where is the appetite for compromise there, do you think?
I mean, we need to go back to the people and ask this again, and we need to go back to them with something that's passed through Parliament. So that's where compromise needs to be made. But I think what you were saying earlier on and showing the places where we came first, I mean, what that says, I think, if we, the Greens, are winning the majority of votes in council areas, that suggests that we're going to win seats, and if there was a general election tomorrow, the Conservatives would struggle to win any seats because we have a first-past-the-post system. Now, I'm not in favour of first-past-the-post system, but if that's the situation we're in, the Conservatives and Labour are both in terrible trouble looking at these results, and they do need to be listening to people. They do need to be working out something that we put back to the people so that people can have that say. I mean, John Curtis's analysis was quite fair, although I don't agree with leaving out the Nationalists. I think that the Plaid and the SNP, who sit with the massively growing Green group in the European Parliament to be as well,
I think
we're very clear about being Remain parties. And if you look at the latest opinion polls, where you ask people, do you want to leave or do you want to remain? It's now 56 Remain to 44 leave. That's quite a gap compared to where we were in 2016. And the young people who turned out and voted in enormous numbers particularly for the Greens, because they're not so keen on voting for the Lib Dems, they are having their say for the first time in these EU elections, and they want their say. We need that democracy of a people's vote, and it's up to Parliament to find something to put to people as the deal to compare staying in the EU with. And we would be happy with that, because that would be democracy.
Thanks very much, Sean. By the way, Tobias, you mentioned you've been to Italy. It was the Monte Cassino. So the Italian political picture, of course, is very interesting for us as well. And what I'd like to do now is go to Milan and talk to my colleague there, James Reynolds, and talk to us there about the activity there with the nationalist and populist parties there, including the party of Mr. Salvini. So, James, tell us what's going on.
Matteo Salvini came out ahead. The votes show he got around 32% of the vote. That came top. Then there was the centre-left Democratic Party potentially next, and then the populist Five Star Movement followed. But bear in mind this. In 2014, the last European election, Matteo Salvini got 6%. His party got 6% in that poll. It's now got around 30%. It's the first time the League has topped a national election. They're already part of the government. And I think what this result does, really, it cements Mr. Salvini's position as the dominant politician in Italy, despite the fact that he's not the Prime Minister. He's technically only the Deputy Prime Minister, but he is the most powerful person here. He wants that voice to be raised now in Europe. But bear in mind his rhetoric is this. He's no longer talking about leaving Europe or having referendums about the EU or Euro membership. He wants to disrupt the institutions from within.
James, thank you very much for the update. We saw the tally there for the Italian results. James Reynolds there for us, our correspondent in Milan. Why don't we join Katja once again? Katja Adler, our Europe editor, who's monitoring all of these results for us in Brussels. So, Katja, just highlight some of the more significant ones that you've seen there.
Well, I think what I'd say is, it's been quite a nuanced vote in the end, Hugh. I mean, do you remember a lot of those big headlines leading up to this European parliamentary election on the European stage? While we in the UK focused on Brexit, the rest of the EU really worried or was excited about the more nationalist right-wing parties doing extremely well here. The parties that are no longer, as James said, wanting to leave the EU because voters didn't seem that keen on that idea anymore, but wanted to change the EU dramatically from within. Now, they got the establishment rattled, but in the end tonight, it's much more of a fragmented vote. So the trend has been, like we've seen in general elections across the European Union, a bleeding of support out from those parties of the traditional centre-left and centre-right, and voters instead have gone looking for answers elsewhere, looking for parties and politicians who more reflect their own priorities and values. Some have gone to the nationalist right and others have gone to the far left. Very much also to the Greens. The Greens have had a very successful party tonight. I think something else, a big takeaway tonight, is these are European parliamentary elections, but they have had a big effect on some very powerful national governments. Angela Merkel's coalition government is in trouble. Her CDU party, it's done terribly regionally. It's now done badly again on the European level. And the Social Democrats she's in coalition with have done even worse. So can this government survive? Can Angela Merkel last out her full term in office? A big question hangs over that tonight. I think another thing is people care about politics at the moment, Hugh. I mean, European parliamentary elections traditionally have a very low voter turnout, but that turnout was up today. People really care, whether it's about the environment, whether they're voting for or against parties, they are turning out to make their voice heard. So they call today for change, but I'm not sure the European establishment is ready to give them that change. And that is something everybody is going to be looking to see.
Katja, thank you very much. Katja Adler with the latest there in Brussels, monitoring the event of the night for us across the other European member states, 27 of them. Let's have a look at the percentage share scorecard as it currently stands for the UK. But with the vast majority of the results in these European elections of 2019, this is the percentage share of the vote of the Brexit Party on 32%, topping the poll. We have the Lib Dems under their outgoing leader, Sir Vince Cable, on 20%. Labour's share is 14% under Jeremy Corbyn. And the Greens, who've got co-leaders, of course, and one of them's here with us, Sean, on 12%. And then we have the Conservatives in single figures on 9%. And their outgoing leader, Theresa May, yet to elect a new leader. And then we have Change UK on 3%. We were talking to Heidi Allen earlier. And we have UKIP on 3%. So that's where we stand. What I'd like to do now is take a little pause and go to Annabelle for the news so far.
Thank you, Hugh. Good morning. The Brexit Party is emerging as the big winner in the European elections as the results come in. It's also been a successful night for the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, but both Labour and the Conservatives have done badly. Around 2/3 of the counts have now been completed. Here's our political correspondent, Nick Eardley, with a roundup so far. His report does contain some flashing images.
A vote that wasn't supposed to take place for a parliament we're supposed to be out of already. This isn't a normal election. And it looks like that'll be reflected in the results. For the two parties that dominate British politics, it's been a disastrous night. The Conservatives took a kicking, having failed to deliver the Brexit they promised. They are on course to finish fifth, with less than 10% of the vote. Labour too are being punished. They are set to finish third, with less than 15%, sparking a heated debate over whether the party now needs to harden its support for another referendum. The big winners are parties with unambiguous policies on Europe. The Brexit Party didn't exist a few weeks ago, but Nigel Farage's movement topped the poll.
Never before in British politics has a new party launched just 6 weeks ago topped the polls in a national election. The reason, of course, is very obvious. We voted to leave in a referendum. We were supposed to do so on March the 29th, and we haven't.
The Liberal Democrats too have had a big night. They are currently second across the UK, a huge comeback given that they won just one seat last time around.
Every vote for the Liberal Democrats is a vote to stop Brexit.
The Green vote is up too, and they are set to beat the Conservatives into fourth place. In Scotland, the SNP are miles ahead on almost 40%. The party will take 3 of the 6 seats there. In Wales, the Brexit Party topped the poll. Plaid Cymru came second. Labour, a party who have dominated Welsh politics for a century, finished third. More results will pour in over the next few hours, but so far it looks like a big night for parties who have taken a firm stand on Brexit, and a bad night for the others. McKenny, BBC News.
Well, counting is also underway across Europe, where voting took place today. It's a very mixed picture, but it looks like many of the established players have lost out. The biggest centre parties are set to lose dozens of seats, with the European People's Party projected to lose 43. The centre-right party will still be the largest, however, with 178 MEPs. The Socialists and Democrats on the centre-left are projected to lose 39 seats, down to 152. So the centre parties will remain the largest groups, just not as large as they were before. One of the parties benefiting from that is the Greens, who have doubled support in countries like Germany. The party has jumped into second place behind Chancellor Angela Merkel's Conservatives. Ireland, Finland and France are also predicting strong results for the Greens. Meanwhile, in France, the far-right National Rally Party has topped the European election vote against President Emmanuel Macron's ruling party. Leader Marine Le Pen called the result a victory for the people and called on President Macron to dissolve the French Parliament, something he has already dismissed. And more EU citizens voted in these European elections than in any over the past 20 years. But the same can't be said for the UK. The European Parliament said the Europe-wide turnout was around 51%. That's 8% higher than in 2014. And the first significant increase in turnout since elections began in 1979. But British turnout is predicted to be lower than the average at about 37%. And that's all from me. Now let's go back to Hugh with EU Election 19.
Welcome back to the BBC's election studio. What I'd like to do is maybe take stock for a moment. Laura's with me, my panel is here, and I'll introduce our latest guest in just a moment. Ian, it's nice to see you. Good morning. But before we talk about some of the Scottish results with Ian, which we'll do in a moment, Laura, just so far, what are our headline thoughts?
Brexit Party, the clear winners, maximising the inheritance that they got from UKIP. So they've been outperforming UKIP in these elections, really, really squeezing the Tories. Terrible result for them as a governing party, in fifth right now. But we've also seen Labour being squeezed very severely too, particularly at the hands of the Lib Dems. And really what we've seen is a bit of a replay of the local elections. So the smaller parties with clear messages about Brexit have seen their votes do very, very well. Our two main Westminster parties who've been, fighting amongst themselves, between the two of them and inside their own parties over how to handle Brexit, they have both had a bad time indeed, with some real standout results. I know we're going to talk about Scotland in a second, but Labour coming fifth in Scotland, coming third in Wales. The Tories not coming first in one single geographical area. Blimey, it's their worst fears being revealed to them tonight.
OK, let's focus on Scotland and look at not just the Labour performance there, but just broadly, and just take us through some of the highlights there for us, Rita, before we bring Ian in.
Well, the highlights, Hugh, really are a very strong SNP performance in Scotland. These are just some of the councils where the SNP has performed very strongly. Let's go into a couple of them. Into Glasgow, first of all, where you'll see that the SNP's vote is way ahead of everybody else. 44% for the SNP. And remember, in the last two European elections, Labour topped the poll there. And just let's have a little look at the change in the share of the vote. Really, really painful result there for Labour, losing 20% of share of the vote. Let's look at one other local authority area. Let's look at East Renfrewshire. Now here, in fact, the Conservatives topped this poll in the last two European elections. Now the SNP are way ahead on 34%. Conservatives getting just half of that. And just take a look at those figures in terms of the drop in the share of the vote for both Conservative and Labour. Really painful reading there for both the main parties. I want to show you one more thing, which is the way in which the map has changed. If I press this for you here, you'll see that's Scotland as Scotland has voted tonight. A whole sea of yellow for the Scottish National Party, with just Shetland and Orkney in the Lib Dem orange colours. And I just want to show you how the map looked 5 years ago. So that whole swathe of blue that was Conservative in the border areas and red around Glasgow and Edinburgh, well, that has all changed now. And what you see is SNP yellow.
Thank you very much, Rita. I should point out, of course, that I mean, we may have said it earlier, but we won't get the full Scottish result until, well, I think probably midday tomorrow, because we're waiting for Western Isles, which Mr Blackford will know all about. So it's good to have you with us, Ian. Thank you very much. Westminster leader of the Scottish National Party. OK, so two questions. Was this for you a one-issue election? In other words, was it, and do you therefore consider this to be, your performance, to be an anti-Brexit vote?
Yeah, we were very clear. We asked people to vote for the SNP because we want to stop Brexit. And of course, in the referendum in 2016, 62% of those that voted in Scotland did vote to remain. And we wanted to send a message to Westminster that we have no desire to be dragged out of the European Union against our will. And we asked people to support the SNP in the election this week. But, you know, Hugh, one of the things I would say is that we've now been in government in Scotland since 2007. We've been in power for 12 years. So to get a result like this, and the map that we've just seen, to see us win everywhere, with the exception of Orkney and Shetland, where the Liberal Democrats won, that's really quite an extraordinary result. On the other hand, the Conservatives, Ruth Davidson said, send a message to Nicola Sturgeon that we don't want a second independence referendum. Well, I have to say to Ruth Davidson, that hasn't worked. That's a stunning result for the SNP tonight. And I'm afraid that both Labour and Conservative have got what they deserve, the constructive ambiguity of the Labour Party facing two ways at the same time. Well, we've seen the results of that, and I'm delighted that the people of Scotland have shown their trust in the SNP. The best result we've had in a European election ever in Scotland, and of course that 38% dwarfs the support that the Brexit parties had in the rest of the United Kingdom. The best performing party in the whole of the United Kingdom, the Scottish National Party, in this election.
I'll come to John in a second on the message, because it's worth picking up again. But my second question to you was going to be just that, you know, the momentum which this vote would suggest, and how that feeds into the demands that you're facing from lots of your members for a absolutely cast iron guarantee of a commitment to another independence referendum. So you're saying very clearly that this vote feeds that very strongly.
I think there's two things. We will work with others in Parliament to try and make sure that we end the chaos of Brexit. We want to see a people's vote. I think that's the right way to move ahead. a no deal that a number of the Conservative candidates for Prime Minister are advocating would be disastrous for our economy. So we have to stop that, and we have to be prepared, if necessary, to revoke Article 50. And I'll be asking colleagues across Parliament to support that proposition. But I think the message for the people of Scotland is that Westminster is in chaos. There is no functioning government. We have a zombie parliament in Westminster. And ultimately, if we want to protect the economic interest of the people of Scotland, then we're going to have the powers of independence. But the message to Westminster is that the Scottish National Party, when we stood for election in 2016, we stood on a manifesto commitment, if there was a change of circumstances, that we had to reserve that right to call a referendum. We won that election in 2016. There's a majority for independence in the Scottish Parliament, and it ill beholds anybody in Westminster that would seek to frustrate the democratic decision of an elected government in Scotland that seeks to choose to have an independence referendum. They should respect the sovereignty of the people, because it's that sovereignty of the people which is at the root of this.
John, what's your answer to that?
Well, I mean, you talk about our position being constructive ambiguity. Look, I accept that our position hasn't worked in this election, but I don't think it's dishonourable to try and bring both sides in this very divided country together, which is what we tried to do. But this election campaign very quickly became about a binary choice where you're either pro-Brexit, and it looks like you're either pro a no-deal Brexit, or you're for Remain. So that didn't work for us. Obviously you can see that in the results that we've had today, tonight. Sorry. So I don't accept its constructive ambiguity. We were trying to bring people together with a compromise deal.
But you've bled voters all over the place, Jonathan.
No, I concede it hasn't worked.
If we're now in a situation that there's going to be a Conservative Prime Minister that wants to take the UK out of the European Union on a no-deal basis, then there's a very real question that the Labour Party are going to have to face. Are they going to join with us? Because I've worked with the Liberal Democrats. When you say join with us,
what do you mean?
Well, as you know, I've worked with the Liberal Democrats.
No, but when you say join with what procedure in Parliament?
The others in Parliament.
What procedure in Parliament are you going to use to block it?
We have to build a consensus. Well, look, we have a responsibility. Well, if you let me answer the question, we have to build a consensus on the basis of having a people's vote. And there are colleagues in the Conservative Party that share that view as well.
Okay.
We're going to have to find a mechanism to do it. But to say we can do nothing is not the answer,
We'll come back to the mechanism in a second.
Or we've got the issue of revoke.
No, I agree. We'll work on it.
We'll come back to the mechanism in a second, gentlemen. I want to bring in Leila Moran, who's been waiting patiently to talk to us. Leila, good morning to you. I know it's 23 minutes past 1 from Lib Dems. OK, let's have a word from you on what this vote means in terms of your party. What are you advertising this vote as? Is this simply and clearly an anti-Brexit vote?
I think it's two things. So first of all, back with the local elections, I said the Liberal Democrats are back and we're here to stay, and this is proof that that is true. But also we went into these elections with a really, really super clear message: stop Brexit, just make it stop. And I think what the vote share shows nationally is that it's, we're second nationally. But if you add up the Remain vote, the people who want a people's vote, put it back to the people, so us plus the Greens, plus the SNP and Plaid, that is a bigger vote share than the Brexit Party. And the clear message that I think the electorate is sending to Westminster is that we have to put this back to the people.
How does this election change the process? Because this is what people are asking. You've done well, you've put in a very strong performance, you've added to the number of MEPs, but in practical terms, how does this change the progress or otherwise of the Brexit process?
Yeah, so apart from anything else, it stops this rhetoric that at the last election, X number of the electorate voted for Brexit parties. This is now another national election in which that is not true. In fact, and you can verify this, but more than the Brexit Party actually want that further referendum. So now that puts it firmly back to whoever ends up governing this country. And we've got potentially we know we're going to have a new Prime Minister. What message is this sending to them? If they decide to tack to the right, Westminster will try and stop them, and there's several ways that we can do that. We've got a Speaker of the House who has said that he wants to do everything he can to respect the will of Parliament, and I think this will just reassert Parliament's view, which will include a lot of moderate Tory MPs as well, who will feel emboldened by this to continue to work cross-party, across the opposition benches, to make sure that we don't end up with a no deal, which is potentially what we think is probably going to happen to the Tory party now.
How important will this result turn out to be for the future of the Lib Dems, who are also looking for a new leader?
Absolutely. I think that it's critical. And we are the comeback kids of politics. We are here, we are back. And actually, if you look across the country of areas where, we polled incredibly strongly, these are areas that we look on track to make gains again in Westminster whenever the next general election is going to be called. That may be sooner, that may be later, but what it's growing is our strength. We've had a membership surge in the last few days. We have enormous strength now, and I think what the future holds for our party is an incredible future, and I'm so excited by all of these election results. It's a great day for the Liberal Democrats.
Leila, good to talk to you. Thank you very much for waiting to talk to us. Leila Moran there for the Lib Dems. And Rita, just because Leila made quite a few claims there, just talk us through some of the Lib Dems results so that we know exactly where they've made these gains.
Well, we've got some of their best results up here on the screen, Hugh, and you can see here they performed very strongly in London. In fact, they came top of the poll in London. But Richmond upon Thames, Kensington and Chelsea, Westminster, Wandsworth, all were Lib Dem strong performances. Let's just take a quick look at Richmond. This is where their leader Vince Cable has his Westminster seat, of course. And look at that. The Liberal Democrats taking over half the vote in Richmond. A really stunning result for them. And this is an area that voted Conservative in the last 3 European elections. So a really strong performance there. Look, their vote share up by 33%, Conservatives down by 27%. I want to show you one more here on this list, Hammersmith and Fulham. So this is effectively the Liberal Democrats taking on Labour here. Labour came top of the poll here 5 years ago, but the Liberal Democrats are clear winners here tonight. And just let's take a little look at the change in the share of the vote. There you have it, up by 28% for the Liberal Democrats, and a real plummeting in vote share for the Conservatives and for Labour. Just want to show you how they've done in London. So you see here that this is the Liberal Democrats who've topped the poll in London. Elsewhere, of course, it's been the Brexit Party. And if we do this, you can see how the colours there are orange in the centre, red on the outside. That means that that's all gone Liberal Democrat there in the middle. And that's how it looked 5 years ago. So a very different picture, 2014 and now.
Rita, thanks very much. Leila, final word for you on that list of greatest hits?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, I think the greatest hit of all is London. And we have to remember, we've got a mayoral election coming up next year. I think, what this does is open the door to a large number of voters who have lent us their vote in some cases from the Labour Party for the first time. But the fact is, unless the Labour Party decides where it wants to be or backs people's vote, I think they are at risk in London potentially next year. So, great times ahead for the Liberal Democrats. The Labour and Tories need to sort themselves out.
Well, we'll ask them about that. But Leila, thanks very much. And let you have some sleep now. Thanks very much indeed. Laura.
And just as you were chatting then, I think the last result of tonight, has just come in. Lambeth, another London council area, is a Liberal Democrat gain from Labour by a very, very significant margin. The Lib Dems there vote increasing by 23%, Labour down by 24%. Right. And for Lambeth, if you don't know London, for Lambeth to go to the Lib Dems like that from the Labour Party, that is really quite something. But as you were touching on with Leila, though, and also with Ian here in our studio, it's really not clear what difference this is all going to make to the process. No. Because wherever we're at in this Brexit fiasco, it's our Parliament that has to take the next steps with the next Prime Minister, whoever that may be, trying to lead them through it. And while these results do give us some really clear messages, they don't set out a clear pathway for the country.
No, and that's it, Tobias, isn't it? I mean, this is the problem with all of this. People go out to vote, they see the Brexit Party, and Nigel Farage says, well, this is all about delivering on 2016. But, where does this lead in practical terms?
Well, whether it's a wake-up call or a reminder to those that are standing, putting their names forward, that when you see the results of Scotland, or indeed in London, Scotland with the SNP, and Remain in London as well, how dangerous it would be just to move to WTO terms, how the Conservatives would be perceived in Scotland and indeed in London. The financial services are required to have a relationship with Europe. Moving to WTO, they would be hit by that. So that is the challenge that we face, that there are entrenched positions here, and that's what we have to discuss. We need to look beyond our party base, and that's so critical, to put the nation first.
Well, I'm bound to say to you then, because you're being very open in the way you're discussing it, your party base, if we're to believe everything we read, is tacking in one very clear direction, and it's not in the direction that you seem to be saying is desirable.
We are the oldest and most successful political party in the world, and there's a reason for that, because we react, we modernise, we move forward, we develop our policies to reflect the people around us, and that's exactly what we need to do now. And if we don't do that, then yes, we won't just lose local elections, we won't just lose European Union elections, we'll lose the next general election as well. John?
Well, I mean, surely Tory party members are going to look at these results and they're going to think, my word, look what Nigel Farage has done to us. We're going to need Boris Johnson to push us out on a no-deal WTO, which I think will be a disaster. I agree we've got to work together. It's not clear what the best procedure in Parliament is, but if we want to block that, guys like you are going to have to work with us to block Boris Johnson taking us out on a no-deal scenario, aren't you?
I'm not going to get the ins and outs of who's actually standing in that perspective. It's more to have a proper debate about the issues. We glossed over them in the referendum. What does leave actually mean? Take back control. I understand that. When you talk to people in the northwest of England and they say, what does the European Union do for me? They don't see the benefits at all. It was never explained to them. And we've had 40 years where we've not really sold the purpose of the European Union. And the European Union has done itself no favours by ever drifting to more of a political union. It's really interesting seeing I don't know if you can show the backdrop behind us, but you've got a ball that represents the European Union, and then you've got all the countries in Europe floating around this central figure. Now that's very symbolic of where the European Union is going. Now, I'm an internationalist. I was born in New York. I've lived in Europe. I've served in Europe as well. But I don't like a European Union that is taking political power from the UK. And they need to wake up. The results that we're seeing here in Britain are reflected right across the continent. We talked about Italy with Salvini. You talk about Viktor Orban in Hungary, or ARD, Le Pen, and so forth. You are seeing a movement to the extremes. Now, let's not forget that the role of the European Parliament is also to select the new key players. So who's going to be the next Donald Tusk? Who's going to be the new Juncker? Who's going to be the new Barnier? These are all people that don't have a job right now until November, by the way. So nobody's going to be doing any negotiating and anything until after the 31st of October, which is a bit of a challenge. But the point I make is that the European Union could do themselves a favour by showing being a little bit more competitive with, let's say, a digital market or an energy market, being a little bit more transparent as to what the Commission actually do, and a little bit more flexible on some of those issues, such as migration, that have been such a concern to British citizens.
Okay. But these things can be done, Tobias, because the European Union belongs to all of us. It's where we agree to pool sovereignty, and we have to work together. We have to show that sense of leadership that comes with that. And I think one of the reasons perhaps why Scotland is different from other parts of the United Kingdom is because we've taken that on and we've championed that. And we have said that we have benefited very strongly from the European Union. We, in Scotland, we certainly benefit from free movement of people. We need that free movement of people if we're to grow our economy. So the debate's been very different. And I think we have to be reflective of all of those things as well. But I think one of the things, when you consider that we're 20 years on from devolution, so we now have the Parliament in Edinburgh, in Cardiff, and I hope we have an administration in Belfast soon as well. But how does Westminster work with the devolved administrations? Because certainly what we have felt over the course of the last 3 years, and you know this because I've said this repeatedly in Parliament, is there's been no respect to the devolved institutions, and we have generally tried to compromise with the government over the last few years. We've written papers about the single market, customs union. It's not about who's right or who's wrong, but how we could create that space where we could try and develop a consensus opportunity. And one of the things I suppose that we have to reflect upon in Westminster is that we now have minority government. And we have to recognise that no one party can actually fix these problems. Yet when you look at the devolved institutions, when you look at Edinburgh, you look at Cardiff, these institutions are based on proportional representation. parties have to work together. We have to work with other parties to get our budget through. The way we do politics in the UK has got to change. That model that we have in Westminster doesn't work, and we're going to have to think through that.
I'd like to pick up on a point, if I may, that Tobias made there about the trend here in terms of populism, if you like, if I can use that word, and whether that is reflected in different parts of the European Union. If I bring John back in again, John Curtis. So, John, can we say that these elections have produced some kind of surge for nationalist populist parties, or is it more of a consolidation? I mean, how would you characterise it?
I think it's difficult to argue that there's any consistent evidence of a surge. We've actually tried to pull together the votes for all the populist radical right parties. Some are up, some are down. On average, it looks as though they've done more or less as well as they did in 2014. So I think certainly the argument that there was going to be a dramatic movement. Some have done very well, such as the Lega in Italy, but others have not done so well. And as a result, basically, I think it's going to be difficult to argue that there's some clear European-wide rise in populism, as opposed to, which is true of most of the party groups, some doing well in some countries, some in others. If there is a group of parties, a kind of party for which there is some consistent evidence of doing well, although not wholly consistent, it tends to be Green Party. So the modest success of the Green Party in the UK, it does actually seem to be part of a wider pattern. And maybe, of course, the environment is an area where the European unions tend to be very active, and where voters are often inclined to accept that international action is required. And maybe, therefore, as a result, certainly, the European Union, for example, is just about to be very active on the issue of microplastics, that maybe this has also perhaps been reflected in what is perhaps the one European-wide movement.
And if I may throw a second question at you, John, because your Strathclyde credentials, not least, just in terms of the Scottish context, and we have Ian with us as well on this, and the SNP's performance, how do you see this changing, if it does, the dynamics of the argument around independence and a second referendum?
Well, put it like this. The Scottish Conservative Party campaigned in this referendum north of the border, essentially on the issue of whether or not there should be an independence referendum. And shall we say, it's not done them a great deal of obvious good. And in effect, the Conservative Party north of the border has suffered for the failure to deliver Brexit in exactly the same way as it has done south of the border. And that, for me, is entirely consistent with the evidence of the fact that probably the principal reason why the SNP didn't do so well in 2017 as it did in 2015 was not actually because of the argument about a second independence referendum, but rather because the SNP was losing some ground amongst those who voted Leave, and the Conservatives was gaining in that ground. So given that the Conservative vote north of the border is predominantly a Leave vote, ergo, failure to deliver Brexit, Conservative vote disappears. But certainly I think this probably has nothing to do with the argument about independence. That said, the idea that the Conservative Party can continue to present itself as the single dominant upcoming voice of unionism that can be clearly said to have momentum that the SNP lacks, I think that narrative has died today, and that the brutal truth is, well, the SNP, first of all, clearly dominant in Scotland. The near 40% that they've got in the election today is also in tune with what the opinion polls suggest they would get in a general election, if one were to be held now, or indeed in an early Scottish Parliament election. So it looks as though 40% or so of Scotland, for the time being at least, is firmly in the SNP's grasp. The only salt that faces Ian Blackford is that, of course, to win a referendum, you need 50%. And the opinion polls on support for independence still suggest that, although not far short of that figure, it's still not above that figure, and that therefore we're still not in a position where we could by any means be sure that if there were to be a second referendum that Scotland would vote in favour of independence. Meanwhile, of course, there's a very basic problem. In exactly the same way as this House of Commons would probably not be willing to sustain a government that were voted in favour of leaving without a deal, I think we can also anticipate that this House of Commons would also not be willing to grant the Section 30 order that will be required under the Scotland Act to allow the 2014 referendum to be rerun. So the SNP dominant, but can't necessarily deliver.
OK, I'll let Ian answer that in a second, but thanks very much, John. For now, we'll talk to you again in a while. I'd also like to bring in another guest we have at the moment to talk about the challenge for Labour. And this is a slightly different perspective for us because Darren Jones is the MP for Bristol North West. Greens have done very well in Bristol, of course. I think Labour in fourth place in that region. Darren, good morning. Thanks very much for staying on to talk to us at 20 to 2. It's very kind of you. So let's talk about Labour's performance generally, first of all. What can you tell us?
Well, I think the Labour vote this evening makes it very clear that deliberately sitting on the fence is not the style of leadership that the public expects from a party of government. And as I and many of my colleagues, including Emily Thornberry and I think Jonathan Ashworth as well this evening has been saying, is that the party needs to quickly move to a position where it confirms that we back a final say on Brexit.
Well, that's very clear. I'm not sure. Just stay with us, Darren. Are you saying that unequivocally, John? Is that your position?
No, it's not quite that. No. I'm saying that I think we certainly need to have a proper, thorough debate in the party on this. But one thing I would ask Darren and ask if his Britain's Future group is perhaps considering is that yes, it's clear we've done badly in Bristol. It's clear that we've done badly in Camden and Islington and places of a similar sort of demographic. But we've also done badly in Barnsley and Bolsover, where the Brexit party has topped the poll. We've done badly in Mansfield and Ashfield. We've got to win back Mansfield. So the conundrum, which all of us in the Labour Party and the Labour movement are wrestling with, is how do we maintain our votes in Bristol and Islington and so on, and not lose votes in Barnsley and Bolsover and Mansfield and Ashfield? And I wonder if Darren's Britain's Future group has an answer to that.
Well, what is the answer then, Darren?
I think you just need to be very clear and honest with people about the assessment that we make as politicians wanting to lead the country. And I think it's very clear that this deliberate fence-sitting, as I say, hasn't worked for anybody on either side of the argument. And, we're in a position in the Labour Party where in the last few weeks it's been difficult to persuade members to vote for us, let alone the public. And for paid-up members of your party not to vote for you shows that you've got real problems to deal with.
That's pretty blunt. John, what do you make of that?
Oh, I mean, it's certainly true. We've got a problem in the membership. I mean, there were members telling me that they couldn't quite bring themselves to vote for Labour in these elections. I mean, let's not underestimate the scale of upset and anger amongst the party membership, which is why I think we need a proper democratic debate in the party. Okay. Whether we've got the conference coming up in September, and we can't fudge this because the conference, I suspect, in September will bring forward resolutions which will try to give to firm up our people's vote. Do you
accept the description of the party's position as deliberate fence-sitting?
No, because as I've said when Ian put it to me as well, I think there was nothing remotely dishonourable in a party that aspires to government to try to find a solution that brings both sides together. Country is clearly very divided. We've seen that in the elections today. And when we campaigned for Remain in the 2016 referendum, we took a decision as a party that we wanted to reach out to the 52% majority who voted Leave and try and find a compromise deal. That's what we've tried to articulate in this election campaign. It clearly hasn't worked as an election tactic, but nonetheless, I still think it's important for a party who wants to be a government to find a compromise.
It's interesting, though, you say now Labour has to now have a democratic debate about it. A lot of your members and a lot of your MP colleagues, and maybe a lot of voters as well, will say, you've been having the debate about it for 2 years.
Well, I mean...
And it's not just these election results that have suggested that it's not getting through.
Well, I mean, it's clear that we've got to do something, but, let's not rush to quick judgments on election night. We're going to have to step back. We're going to have to understand what has gone on, but we've also got to respond to what's going to happen in Parliament. Because coming back to the original point, I don't want to sort of be dismissive of the votes, not remotely, but in many ways, the number of MEPs that each party sends to the European Parliament isn't really going to affect the arithmetic in the House of Commons. Okay. And if the Tories elect Boris Johnson or Dominic Raab as their leader, who's going to push them for a no deal, then Tory MPs are going to have to work with opposition parties to block no deal through whatever procedure we can find in the Commons.
So, Darren, in practical terms, what needs to happen now in your view?
Well, I agree with Jonathan that we can't keep having a fudge on this issue, and that as an election tactic it's not worked. The primary purpose of a political party is to elect politicians so that we can put in place the measures that we want to do to serve our constituents and our country. And that's been a complete failure for us this evening. We've lost excellent MEPs, like my friend Claire Moody in the southwest. We've come fourth in places like my home city of Bristol. We might not have won MEPs this evening, but we certainly won't win a general election on that basis. And that's why we do need to go back to our members to clarify the will of our party, which is to support a final say on Brexit. But I do think we need to do that sooner than conference in September, which is why I and others from across the whole spectrum of the Labour Party have been calling this evening for a special conference or a ballot of our members sooner rather than later, because we do need to call for a general election. You can't have two Tory prime ministers without a mandate from the public. But if we go into a general election without a clear view on the biggest issue facing our country today, we'll be slaughtered at the ballot box as we have been this evening.
How confident are you that the current leadership, right at the top, is prepared to listen to that message?
Jeremy was very clear in his leadership campaign that he was about honest, straight-talking politics, that it was about a member-driven organisation. Our members, I think, have been quite clear already, but I'm pretty confident that a ballot of the members or a special conference would make it clear what their view is on this. And as a Democrat driven by members' views, I'm sure Jeremy will follow that.
OK, so you are confident that he will adopt the kind of measure that you are talking about now? Because lots of your colleagues are not confident about that.
I think Jeremy has to, if that's how he sets out his leadership for the Labour Party.
Is that right, John?
Well, I'm not against a special conference to really thrash this issue out. I mean, I think there's a certain irony in calling for a referendum of the membership to decide your position on a referendum, given we know how the referendums are not a great way to resolve very complex questions. I think it's better we have some sort of event that brings people together to discuss and to debate, rather than just a plebiscite of the membership. But I understand why Darren and others are proposing that. And I take his point. We can't really wait till September, because I wasn't trying to be facetious, but I was trying to sort of make the point. If we think we can sort of fudge this, it will come big time at the September conference. There'll probably be a big row on the floor of the September conference. So it's actually in our interests as a party to get something resolved ahead of the September conference.
Before the UK is supposed to be leaving the European Union. The clock is ticking. And if someone like Boris is determined...
Same dilemma that Labour has been wrestling with for so long now, and just as we've been chatting, another Labour MP, Kevin Barron from Rotherham, has tweeted a very disappointing result. It would be ridiculous if the view we took from this was that Labour should become more pro-Remain. If we move that way, we can guarantee the loss of many seats across the country at any future election. I mean, that's the reason why Labour has had this dilemma, because inside, not just their party, but inside Labour voters, members of the public, not people who are actually part of the party, there are different views. Indeed. And that's why they came up with this ambiguous position, but it's not served them well.
Just to go back to you, Darren, for a final point, I mean, you know, we've heard time and again from colleagues of yours that the kind of thing you're proposing, I think Caroline Flint was saying this earlier, they regard this as a kind of toxic approach as far as their constituents are concerned. And your problem is, of course, that it doesn't address the issue of deep divisions.
I think people like honest politicians, I don't think anybody can really say that Brexit is good for our country. And the whole point of politics is to get into the debate and make the case. We need to make the case as to why we need to stay in the European Union, why that actually matters to people who voted leave, but then to set out why a Labour government would transform their lives and their towns and their communities in a way that would meet many of the challenges that they felt that they were solving by voting for Brexit. This fence sitting, people see through it. You've got to be clear and honest and fight for the things that you believe are right for the country. And I believe that we can do that as the Labour Party.
Good to talk to you, Darren. Thank you very much for joining us. Darren Jones there, the MP for Bristol North West. Some social media from Nigel Farage. I think we heard a bit of it earlier, but let's just recap. The Brexit Party leader saying this: never before in British politics has a party just 6 weeks old won a national election. Well, hang on a bit. I think it was the party was registered way before that. Anyway, if Britain does not leave the EU on October 31st, these results will be repeated at a general election. OK, well, we heard that. That was the speech in Southampton, wasn't it? We've talked a bit about Labour's challenges there. And I don't want Tobias to feel left out, because you've done absolutely dreadfully as well, as you know. So what I want Rita to do now is just explain how badly they've done as well. Yes?
I can do
Yes.
that quite easily, Hugh. It has been a night of some national humiliation for the Conservative Party, and I have assembled here a collection of their worst results tonight. And just look at the names on this screen. They are typically Conservative areas. Kensington and Chelsea, Guildford, Cotswold, all areas that you would think true blue. Well, look, they've gone either Liberal Democrat or Brexit Party. Let's just take a look at one or two of the details. Elmbridge in the southeast region. Now, this was Conservative for the past 3 Euro elections. When I say Conservative, that means that they came top of the poll. Just look at the change in the share of the vote in Elmbridge. The Conservatives down 31%. Ouch, that must really hurt. Let's take a look at one other. Let's look at Hart. So this is where the Brexit Party came top of the poll. Again, Conservative for the past 3 Euro elections. And we'll look at the change in the vote share. Conservatives down by 29%. So, you know, some really big falls, some plummets, if I can use that word. And I know that Tobias was asking about Bournemouth a little bit earlier, that being your own patch. Well, Bournemouth, the Conservative share went down by 21%. So not quite as bad as here, but still pretty bad. Let me just show you what this means for the Conservatives in terms of vote share and where they come. There you go, 9% vote share. So they come 5th after the Green Party. And there is this extraordinary fact that the Conservatives have failed to come top of the poll in any single local authority area in the country. So if you look at the map as it is here, you see a great deal of Brexit turquoise blue, you see orange Lib Dem, you see the SNP in Scotland, some patches of red. Let me just show you how it looked in 2014. That was a lot of UKIP purple, but a fair amount of Conservative blue. That's completely gone. There is no Conservative blue on the map at all.
Rita, we said at the start, well, we will see. We'll say if the political map or landscape's going to change, yes? OK, well, I think, Tobias, we can agree it's changed, yes?
It has, but the question wasn't who do you want in number 10? Who do you want running our economy? Who do you want representing you in government? It was, what do you think of the EU? And clearly it was quite binary, and it went one way or another on a low turnout. And of course, the Brexit Party, not to take away, did well, as did the Remain parties as well. But this quote that you put up from Nigel Farage, you know, this is the first party, you know, and so forth. It's also the first party that I know that's actually done so well without actually having a manifesto. I looked on the website. Yeah. There's no policy there whatsoever. Now, that's a wake-up call to all of us as to how we campaign. Because we saw it in the United States, first of all, with Donald Trump too, that you actually work on people's fear, on people's anger. You don't say what you are actually positively for. And that's a concern I have as somebody that stepped into the democratic process. How do you communicate? How do you provide that scrutiny that you need? And that's what we need to do as we evolve, again, with looking to a new leader, to make sure we scrutinise the absolute values, the benefits or otherwise of lurching suddenly towards a no deal.
Depends who you choose.
That's exactly it. But what I don't want to do is do this sort of wolf whistle, you know, noises to make to see us lurch one way without understanding exactly what will happen. We're missing out now because of the fast and furious nature of news and the simple way that you can tap into people's frustrations. And we absolutely understand that. Yeah. The Conservative Party government is being punished because we didn't land Brexit. And I absolutely recognise that.
John, where you are?
I thought you was going to say that the answer is there for parties not to produce manifestos at all. I thought that's where you were going there for a moment. Yeah. I think you're right. I mean, this isn't a general election. And we should be cautious about assuming that these results will be replicated in a general election campaign, because in a general election campaign, other issues will quite rightly come to the fore and be debated and discussed. I mean, your terrible record running the NHS, for example, the cuts to schools, the cuts to policing,
all these levels of investment into the NHS.
And you've got record levels of waiting lists and crisis in A&E and 100,000 vacancies across the NHS. So the NHS is in a real mess.
Doctors and nurses.
Well, you've got you're short of 40.
As I say, 21 billion pounds.
You're short of 40,000 nurses in the NHS. Your A&Es are in crisis, and the waiting lists are getting longer and longer. That's the reality of the Tory Tories when it comes to National Health
We've got record
Service.
investments in it, more doctors, more nurses, less managers than you had under
You're cutting
under
public health services, you're cutting the infrastructure budgets, you're cutting training. 200,000 nurses have left the NHS since 2010. This is the reality of the Tories on the NHS.
Okay.
And these are the issues that will be debated in a general election campaign. A general election will not be this binary choice about Brexit v Remain. It'll be debated, of course, but it will not be the only issue.
But it might be. We might be heading to a situation where the general election is
all
the
about
Labour
that.
Party trying to let's have another referendum and stay in the European Union.
It could
and
be
the
an election
Tory
that is called
party with a
precisely for
leader.
that reason.
Exactly.
Well, that's what
It could
Theresa
be
May tried to
exactly
do
like that.
2 years ago, didn't she?
Well,
She said that general election
irrespective
was
of
going
what
to be...
happened in 2017.
That's what she tried.
But this may be where you're both heading. So there have been people for a long time who've been speculating in the last 3 to 6 months saying, look, our politics, if you look how divided Parliament is, our politics is heading towards a situation where there's going to be a choice of revoking and stopping Brexit happening or leaving without a deal. And if you're looking for evidence of that happening, tonight's results are not bad.
We're running out of time. Ian, a final word.
Well, you asked a question about independence earlier when John Curtis was on. Look, when you look at the results tonight, what we were clearly saying to people is that we want to begin that conversation. And we have to learn from the experiences of Brexit and everything which has happened in the UK over the course of the last 3 years. It has to be a respectful debate. We have to listen to people. And it has to be about vision and values. It has to be about the kind of country that we want. There is a very real risk to us because of no deal taking place. One of the things that we want to do is deliver a stronger economy, to deliver a fairer Scotland. I think it's becoming increasingly clear to the people of Scotland that independence is the route map for that.
That'll be another ongoing debate, I think it's safe to say. Thank you very much. John, do you want a final word? Just a final word on where we are and what these elections have produced?
Yeah, I think I want to add to the conversation about what does this mean for a future general election. Now, it's quite right. People would not have voted today in this way if there had been a general election. That said, the opinion polls have shown during the course of this campaign a rise in support for Brexit in opinion polls for Westminster, albeit at the 15 to 20% level rather than the 30% level. They have also, by the way, registered an increase in support for the Democrats of Westminster. And the Liberal Democrats' support in your elections tends, according to the polls, to be rather similar to its level of support for Westminster elections. So, yes, we can't assume that the two largest parties would do as badly, but at the moment, at least, Westminster voting intentions have both of them below 30%. Now, what is true is that these kind of advances in Westminster voting intentions during your election campaign surges usually disappear by the time we get to the autumn. However, is this a European Parliament election that people are going to forget quite as easily as previous ones? Because the central issue which has dominated how people have decided to vote in this election looks as though it's going to continue to be the central issue of our politics at Westminster for the foreseeable future. And what we are now seeing is a challenge for the first time to the two largest parties, not from one end of the spectrum, such as Liberal Democrats, or the other end of the spectrum, such as UKIP and now the Brexit Party, but from both ends at the same time. We've not seen that before. So I would suggest that actually, yes, the Conservative Labour wouldn't do as badly as they did tonight, but there is a severe warning to them that their traditional dominance of British politics cannot be taken for granted if Brexit continues to be a major issue in British politics, and they cannot come up with positions and a resolution that satisfies their supporters.
John, thanks very much again. John Curtis there for us. My turn to say thanks to everyone in the studio. To Rita, thank you very much. To our friends who came in and braved the early hours, thank you very much. And for fielding the questions, to Laura as well, of course, as usual, and to all the team working behind the scenes. A quick look at the scorecard. Here we are. The percentage share of the vote. 32 to the Brexit Party, 20 to the Lib Dems, 14 to the Labour Party, 12% to the Greens. And on we go, the Conservatives on 9% and Change UK on 3 and UKIP on 3 after these European elections of 2019. Our colleagues on BBC Wales continuing the BBC World. That's a Freudian slip. BBC World, if only, continuing the coverage. But for now, thank you very much for watching. And it's goodbye from us.